Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and changemakers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, you know, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, you know, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And, you know, even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Alan Thornton, and I am not only your business moderator, but for this session at the Black Business Network, but I'm also your first speaker. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from Texas, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to inspire, improve, and educate businesses about businesses. And I have the honor and pleasure to be your first speaker, share some thoughts and ideas, tell you not only a little bit about me, tell you about my upcoming book. Tomorrow, first and foremost, is my 39th lap around the sun. It is my birthday, and I wouldn't want to spend it anywhere else but here. And even more special, on my birthday, we are launching a art website for my daughter, who is a young and inspiring artist. But what I want to talk to you about today is AI, how it is changing the world. And I have been talking to Dr. Kelly and other thought leaders around the world about how you can take almost any product and enhance it with AI. And this is going to be living proof of that. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to share with you a little bit about my journey, a little bit about some of the history and a conversation that I had this morning. And then we'll round about and kind of give everybody a call to action for something that's very special that we're going to launch. So here's one of the things that I want to let you know. I've spent the last, not to impress you, but more to impress upon you, that we've accomplished some great things throughout the duration of our career, and we're just getting started. So my name is Alan Thornton. I am born and raised in Texas, grew up on the west side of Texas, El Paso. Most of you know, if you are in the military, you know there's a big Army base there, Fort Bliss, and my family migrated there from New York, and my mom's from New York. My dad is from New Orleans, and that's why when you hear me talk, it almost sounds like an island Caribbean accent, because I have the best of both hustles in my blood. So New York and New Orleans. I grew up in always selling things, and that's why I'm so excited about the thoughts I'm going to share with you. And we're going to talk about young entrepreneurship today, because I had a conversation this morning with a gentleman that was 30 years my senior. And I have some of those same conversations, and I am almost exactly 30 years older than my daughter. So we need to, on both sides, listen to what our elders have to say, so we don't bump our heads against the wall. They can save us a lot of pain. But also on the other end, there's a lot that we can listen to, some fresh new ideas that the younger people have, i.e. my daughter, that can really take us to the next level if we are humble enough to receive those thoughts and ideas. So I spent 15 years in enterprise software, sold for companies like Dell, for EMC, Salesforce. I've had my own startup, which is great. Built that to, you know, a 7-figure business, which is great. Then now with AI, some of the things that took me months and almost years to do, you can do in, you know, 30 seconds to an hour, which is incredible. When it comes to the largest AI network in the world, I've been one of the founders of that in the strategic sales, but now it's time to take things to the next level, especially with the young people. So I'm gonna be brief and tell you about 3 points that were shared with me that can really take us to the next level. Number 1 is history, and this is big. For those of you that don't know, we have a book out that's called AI is the New Underground Railroad. It's you can find it on most platforms. Once we do our big launch, we did a soft launch. We do our MLK and Juneteenth 40-acre conference. So that's what people know us for, and as that's how I met Dr. Kelly. So I want to talk about history. I want to talk about the platform, and then I want to talk about AI to get you started on something in the path today. So one of the things, and I had a conversation this morning with a gentleman that told me, look, you are right there. If you knew the power that you had right now with all the knowledge that you have and being able to put that knowledge into AI. So many of us think that it takes a lot of money to get started with something, but really all it really takes is education and time. Time is our most valuable asset, and we can turn it into money. And if we take that time to really learn the things that can propel us, we can turn it into money. And it a lot of times does not take a lot of money to get started. So if we pick a certain industry, if we can get rid of some of the fears that we have by looking at history. So one of the chapters in the book that I wrote, AI is the New Underground Railroad, I talk about history and various forms of history, and sometimes we don't. Excuse me. Sometimes we don't necessarily need to be retaught. We just need to be reminded. And I was reminded of something today, right? We talked about going back and forth. I watched a movie this last weekend with Michael B. Jordan, right? I watched a movie called Sinners, and it goes back into the 30s, and you see all the old plantations, and I took a trip with my daughter to a plantation on a field trip. Believe it or not. So you see all these things. So you understand, if you are African American in this great country that we have, the history, any great empire, whether it's the old Egypt, whether it's the Roman Empire, whether it's Genghis Khan, whether it is America, it was built on cheap labor. And when you have cheap or free labor that can do things, you can build things exponentially, because it's just stacking bricks on top of what you do. So if you look at that, that's huge, because if you look at the history of that, if you look at the internet, right, all those different things, how that really changed. And I had a conversation this morning how the internet changes, because you used to have to ship things all over or deal with somebody, and the internet changed because that basically changed into free labor, because now you could have your product all over the world and seen by all these different eyeballs at the fingertips. You no longer had to pay somebody, or you no longer had to do an ad or a commercial somewhere else, because it was on the internet, which is huge. And that was a game changer, because now companies that were just in a backyard were worldwide. So AI is, if we look at history and we look at the older generation saying, look, if you just knew what you had at your fingertips, I was on the brink of the internet, and you need to go from being a consumer to a producer. You need to really produce this thing, right? And be on the forefront of it. And I was thinking about that conversation and looking at the history, and I said, okay, you need to pick what industry, and I have 27 different industries that are going to be revolutionized by AI in the book. So if you understand your history, get over the fear of what you have and undo those self-limiting beliefs and stop being what a lot of people may call lazy, and it is. You hear the older generations say, "Oh, y'all soft, y'all lazy," and sometimes your outlook on the future is going to determine what you do in the present. So if you really have a positive outlook on what's going to happen in the future, it's going to make you work harder in the present. So we do this vision board exercise, and vision boards are only as good as your expectation of that outcome coming to fruition. So if you believe and write down SMART goals that are achievable, measurable, time specific, you can figure out what the first path is. And that's what I'm going to leave everybody with today on achieving that goal, which is important, because if you understand and you write down the goal, you pick an industry, you understand the self-limiting belief, you understand the obstacles that can prevent you from hitting that goal, and you understand all of that stuff up front and put it in a journal so that 30 years from now, right, you can look back and read the diary, the manifesto of your life in real time. That's important. And you take all these things in, you hear them, but sometimes we take them for granted. Unfortunately, I had a good friend of mine passed away, 40. So I'm turning 39, 44 years old. I'm saying all these things because there's a lot of things around us that we soak in, even this short time we're spending together right now, that we don't really act on. So take this time, it's our most valuable asset, and really put it into action. I know it's only a few minutes we're spending today. We talked about understanding your history, understanding your platform. And your platform is, everybody's in a certain industry. Everybody has something that they do very well. Know your position and build a team around you. Build a team around you that does the things that you do not do well. And then find your place and own that place, whatever that place is, whatever that platform is. Pick some type of product, some type of service that you can magnify with AI. The good thing about AI is the same thing that was done to us as African Americans. We can now not only be consumers of it, because we used to wear our own clothes while we're picking cotton in the fields. Today, we can be producers of AI if we understand how we can use it as a competitive advantage, because now we have the free labor, all the thoughts and ideas and the things to go out and to do the things that we used to have to pay a designer to go do a logo, to go create a slide deck, to create us a presentation, to write the email copy. All of that is now free labor, right? And we can be producers of that if we just focus and pick a place where we want to be. Understand what our own platform is, because everybody has a platform. We just have to understand the value and the magnitude of our own personality and our PH me, right? That unique thing that Steve Harvey calls the gift, that unique thing that you were put on this earth to do that nobody does better than you. Now, it may be in your backyard, and you may have found that niche of whatever that thing is where you are. Now let's magnify that with AI. And there's a lot of tools out there. You can find over 400 AI tools in our book, AI is the New Underground Railroad. But the big thing is and I know Dr. Kelly is an artist as well. We're launching a new website to help entrepreneurs really manifest their dreams. And my daughter's name, as you know, my name is Alan Thornton. Her initials are Art, Alana Rose Thornton, and she started creating art. And I was like, man, this is really good. It's abstract, but it's not just stick figures. You got something here, baby. And I took her to a few art shows. She sold 5 pieces, then she sold 8 pieces, then she sold 9 pieces at a few art show. And we're like, man, this is like, a couple people looked at it and they said, what's the name of it? And we took AI to enhance the name, to enhance the story, to create a valuable website so people can visualize it and people could literally manifest their own dreams and help turn whatever obstacles, whatever history they have, into something that is going to bring the best version of themselves to fruition. And I'm going to drop this site in there. It's manifestation.art. And tomorrow's May 1st is my birthday, and we are going to be launching that site. So just to give you a recap of what we talked about, we talked a little bit about history, right? We talked a little bit about understanding the value of your own platform, what you do, how you do it, and then just picking something, putting that stake in the ground. Every great country, when they conquer something, they put their flag on and their stake in the ground, and that's finding your place and owning it. So you got to figure out in your mind where you're going to stake, what you're going to put a stake in the ground in. What's the hill that you're going to die on, and put that stake in the ground. Here's what we want to do. I'm going to drop this in the chat. It's just dropped it in the chat. So I appreciate our time together today. It's been phenomenal. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, for having us on in this beautiful hump day, this Wednesday. Everybody have a joyous and blessed day. And I look to see everybody at our pre-launch tomorrow. Here's what we do, manifestation. On our launch tomorrow, for anybody that comes to the site, we're actually going to pretty much give you a piece of art. It's 90% off. Your first original from her. All you have to do is share the site on social media, and we're going to give you one of those iconic pieces, which she has already got in the hands of some celebrities, some top government officials, and some influencers. So I appreciate everybody for joining this talk with us today. You have a blessed day. Dr. Kelly, we will see you at the top. Y'all have a blessed day. Remember, genius is common. Y'all have a great one.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse. STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats. And together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference. Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net, just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to believe, the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing, these businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympic is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive.
Good day, business owners. This is Glenna, and welcome to the Black Business Network. I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Now, we will be hosting a fireside chat with Jimmy Davies. Jimmy Davies is the founder of Every.Black, an organization on a mission to assist, educate, and inspire people to create wealth through entrepreneurship by leveraging technology like ChatGPT, AI, and global networking strategies. He believes closing the economic gap requires embracing both entrepreneurship and technology. Through computerclasses.black, entrepreneurs learn essential skills, including AI, digital marketing, podcasting, and more, with ongoing support and flexible classes. Additionally, Jimmy co-founded the Black AI Consortium to empower the global African diaspora through AI innovation. He also hosts the Black AI Consortium podcast and leads the Every.Black Entrepreneur Podcast Network. I want to welcome Jimmy Davies to the stage. Hi, Jimmy. How are you doing today? Okay. Unmute for me, Jimmy.
Okay,
Yes.
there we go. There we
Yes.
go. I was just
How are
saying I'm doing well, and I just said, and how are you?
I am doing well and so happy to be able to speak with you today.
Great.
So, Jimmy, tell me a little bit more about Every.Black. What is Every.Black?
Sure. Well, first of all, I just want to give thanks also for the Black Business Network for hosting or having me on as a interviewee. But what Every.Black is a network of entrepreneurs. And one of the things that we stress is technology, the use of technology in business. And just to give you a little bit of a background about myself, I years ago started different businesses, realized early on I didn't want to work for someone else. And I tried a number of businesses, but a friend introduced me to a Macintosh computer and I was hooked. And that was decades ago. So for years, I taught people how to use technology, using software of all types, going all over the country doing that. And then I started specializing in database development. But around the year 2015, I met Dr. Joel Dudley of Dudley Beauty Products, who just passed away recently. And I met him and began to realize that we really need to focus on entrepreneurship. And so that's when I started to, cater my skills, tech skills to helping entrepreneurs. And so with Every Black, we have a number of things. One, we have weekly mastermind meetings. That's free to the public, by the way. Anyone is welcome to attend. And you can just go to every.black, and that's EVERY.BLACK. There's no .com, no .net. We say .black is the new .com. That's our slogan. And on the website, you can see the links for attending the mastermind meetings under networking. The other thing that you'll see is that we list our members. So being a part of Every Black, it makes you a part of our group, and it gives you more exposure for people to find your product or your service. So we have mastermind meetings to network globally. And in the mastermind meetings, we literally read about entrepreneurship. We network, and we have guest speakers that are coming on each week. Then by being a member, you're on the website, which gives your business more exposure. And then to top it all off, we also offer classes on how to use technology in your business. And right now, the big thing is AI. And so that's exactly what we do. We have got an AI class. We've got one on ChatGPT. We have one on Perplexity, Microsoft Copilot, Claude, Sora. I think you get the idea. If it's AI, we try to address, but not just AI. We also offer traditional classes on Google Docs and Google Sheets and Canva and just a number of things that entrepreneurs need to know to run their businesses. And again, you can find all of that at every.black, www.every.black. So
that's
wonderful. I'm going to give you the extended version of what we do here and a little background about myself as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Jimmy. And tell me, what inspired you to pursue a career in your field, and who were your biggest influences?
Well, I mentioned Joe Dudley as a big influencer because he really helped me to realize that our community needs to focus on entrepreneurship, which what makes the Black Business Network so important as well. So that's one thing. But I think the one thing that inspired me is all the years I was providing training for others, I just was not seeing people of color in our classes so much. Very few, some, but not to the numbers that really made a difference. And a lot of times I would be working with large corporations or government agencies, and they're using SAP applications and being more efficient and proficient in their organizations, and using applications that our community was not even aware existed for the most part, and too large of a part. I shouldn't say, not everywhere, but anyway, that kind of kept coming up over and over for me. And so that inspired me to create Every.Black, those two. And there's been some other mentors along the way. I tell people, none of us get there on our own. We all need a little support, need some mentors. And so I can think of a few others, Nolan Burke, who's deceased now as well, but he was helped me when I was a young man just to teach me about basic business principles. So, just been a number of people throughout the years that have been mentored and poured into me. And so now that's what we try to do with Every.Black, is to pour into others, take the lessons that we've learned, that I've learned, and share it with the next generation of entrepreneurs. And what makes it nice too is that now we're able to go global, just like we are right now. We're able to go global on Zoom. Our meetings are virtual, so it doesn't matter where you are. And also it means that we can access speakers from around the world, expert speakers from all over the world. And that makes us unique. And so we're really excited about it. We've been doing it since 2018 officially, but we have been doing it. And I had to mention as well, give my moderator a little shout out, because you're going to be working with me to produce a magazine,
Thank you.
magazine, and which is what your company is all about. So we appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you for that. Now, Jimmy, I have, one thing that I was curious about is, what do you think are the biggest trends currently shaping your industry right now? I know you mentioned AI and, your courses for that. Tell me more about, what you think is the biggest trend currently shaping your industry, and particularly, as AI is included within that.
Well, definitely, I would say it's definitely AI, artificial intelligence. Like I say, throughout all the years I've been in the computer or tech field, this is by far the biggest development that I've seen. I thought the internet was big, and it is, but I think AI ranks right up there with the internet. And what it does, it gives us access to information, anywhere, instantly. And it's a great time saver. So what might take you literally days or weeks to create, you can create it now in a matter of seconds, literally. So that is huge. To create a proposal, to create a draft, to create a book, almost anything you can think of on any topic. Now, I'm not suggesting that you just go create it and call it your own. You need to still put in the work. But the bottom line is that it allows us to do research so much faster. And it's just a great time saver. So what might take you days or weeks or even months, maybe, you can literally do in seconds or minutes. And just think of all of the time that saves you to make you more productive in all the other things that we need to do each day. So I think that's definitely the biggest thing. I think, and where it's going next, I wouldn't be surprised if you see more robotics, AI and robotics combined. So some of the things that we've seen in movies in the past are coming to real life now, right? Just like I can remember the Star Trek and things, we saw flip phones, and now we're way beyond flip phones. So I think the same thing is happening with AI and robotics. Some of the things that we just envisioned in the movies years ago are becoming reality today. It's going to be amazing to see where it goes as well.
Okay. And tell me, how do you see entrepreneurs like yourself being able to utilize AI to further innovate their businesses? In other words, what roles will AI help them with, like admin and so forth? Like, how do you see this sort of being an additional employee per se, like the outcome of the utilization of AI?
Yeah, anything that you do, especially anything that you do repetitively, like things over and over and over, AI is very good for that. The other thing I find that it will give me information that maybe I don't even think of. For example, I may write a proposal for a project, maybe for a grant, and I'll put down my ideas, but then when I ask AI, it will come up with things and different concepts that helps me dig a little deeper, to be more detailed, to refine the work that I do that maybe I don't think of on my own. There's a poll out now, but CBS has completed, and I'm surprised that it said based on this poll, 60% of the general population still is not using AI. 60%. But I think that, but the other 40% that's using it, out of that, only about 10% of those people are truly using it in detail. So I think our community cannot afford to be left behind with these new technologies. It's going to make a huge difference. In fact, I've heard it said that in the future, there will be two types of businesses: those that use AI and those that are out of business. And so that's, I think, is just that important, that we get on board and learn to use the technologies in our businesses and how to create a better product or service, save time, and provide a better customer service and become more profitable as well and efficient. So I hope I answered your question there.
You did. And you've intrigued me so that I have to ask this question. Tell me, what has been a very challenging project that you've had to undertake? And in hindsight, how do you think AI might have helped you to be more efficient or to have, other options for resolving, that difficulty or, obstacle? Tell me more.
That's a good question. I mentioned earlier that I provided computer training, but also was a FileMaker database developer. And what I would do is develop large database systems for other companies or corporations. The last one I worked on was for a spine surgeon. He wanted a database system to help maintain his patients and his practice for appointments and surgery information, all types of information. But sometimes as I'm working on these databases, you get stuck, right? You're trying to figure out how to make it work, especially when you're creating something that is customized and maybe it didn't exist before. And so sometimes as I'm working, I can remember spending literally sometimes a whole day on working on a single aspect of the project. Well, now what I do when I get stuck, the first thing I do is I ask AI. And it doesn't matter what the question is, even though FileMaker is a specialized application, I'll ask it FileMaker database questions all the time. And instead of me beating my head trying to figure out how to make this thing work, it usually gives me the right direction to go in or answers the question. And what happens when it doesn't answer the question exactly as I need it is usually because I haven't phrased the question the right way. So I might rephrase the question to be a little more specific about what I want. And then it delivers the answer that I'm looking for. And so I spent, probably 6 years developing that system that if I had AI, maybe that 6 years could have been, 3 years. I don't know. But bottom line, it definitely would have saved me some time developing that particular system. That was for the spine surgeon. And that was just the last major system that I worked on. There's been others in the past as well. But yeah, I definitely could see it definitely would have saved me a lot of time developing those database systems. And that's just what I did. But I think that same principle can be applied to anyone in any business, whatever it is you do, whether it's branding or marketing or public relations or anything, then I'd say give it a shot. The other thing I want to mention too, and stop me if I'm talking too much, but I was just trying to make sure everything is covered. The other thing I want to mention is that when I mention AI, a lot of people think of ChatGPT or, because it's kind of the one that was in the news first when it first came out. But there are others as well. Perplexity is one. Claude is one. Latimer is one. Latimer I want to shout out because that's a Black-owned AI application that addresses biases in AI results. But it's also about, AI is also about video, audio, graphics. All of that can be AI generated today. It's not just text. So if you want an image of a particular logo for a particular kind of business, you just tell it what you need, the type of business, and it will literally generate a logo for you within minutes. And maybe it's not exactly what you want, but sometimes it'll give you ideas. Oh, I like that. Let me just tweak it a little bit, that type of thing. So yeah, I just wanted to share that as well.
Yes, and one thing that you touched on was, I think you stated that, when you prompted, because you were talking about prompts and you were saying, if you, not gotten, as clear answer as you wanted, you realized that it was something in the prompt that you gave it. Give us more information about, prompting for those of us who use AI. Give us more information about having the proper prompts and how detailed that can get and what the results would be, if we were to give it a proper prompt.
Sure. Yeah, there's the prompting is basically the question you're asking.
Yes.
And there are a lot of prompts, pre-programmed prompts that you can use, but you can also just talk to it like talk to a person. But some of the pre-programmed prompts could be rephrase. So maybe you have some content and you want to have it rephrase. You can just say rephrase or rewrite is another one. Another prompt would be summary. Maybe it's giving you this long article, right? And you just want the summary. Summary is a prompt. You can just say, give me the summary. You can have it change text into a particular role. For example, maybe you've got text and you want to say, give me this text in the role of an attorney. Give me this text in the role of, a marketing agency. And it will actually conform the text or whatever it is to fit that particular role. Or maybe you want want it to be simplified and say, rewrite this at the level of a 5th grader, and it will do that. So I've had it rewrite this in the 3rd person. Maybe I need something in the 3rd person. So it's really, and there are actually hundreds of prompts, probably thousands of prompts out there now that you can pre-programmed questions that you can ask it. And I would just say you can go to your favorite AI application and just ask, what are some of the common prompts used? Those are just a few that come to the top of my head, but there's a lot of them out there. But you can ask AI, what are the prompts used to do different topic or do different things and give you a description. It'll just list them all out for you. So.
Okay. And when you're teaching your AI courses, is that something that's included, because a lot of people that are not used to using AI, they don't even know how to get started. So is that like a piece of the training that you do for your AI courses?
Yeah, it is. That's a good question as well. But yeah, first of all, we explain what is it? What is AI? How does it work? Or you might hear the term LLM, which stands for large language model. So you hear that term a lot. And we try to explain that ChatGPT, for example, is just created by the company OpenAI. So we explain some of the terminology to begin with. Then we show some examples of how it's being used. And then we have the students actually use it in different ways. And we try to have students use it in a way that they would use it in their particular business. For example, just recently, I helped someone who sells beauty products. And so we had AI write a script that he could use when he goes into a salon to sell beauty products. What does he need to say to the salon owners when he goes into the salon? And then the other thing we had to do is write an article about his career as a beauty products salesperson, because he'd been doing it for quite a while, quite a long time. And so I wrote a great PR piece just highlighting his career in the beauty industry. So those are some of the things we do. We try to explain the basics, give some examples, and then let this guide the students in using it on their own with things that are specific for their particular business.
That is amazing. And so, that sounds like an excellent opportunity for, for you to get coaching or consulting clients. Is that a service that you offer for those that want one-to-one coaching or conting?
We do that as well. That's not the biggest thing we do, but we have different levels to our membership. As a member of Very.Black. And our upper level, our top level is the platinum. So we have a bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Bronze level is our entry level. And basically you're a member, you're on the site, and you get a discount on the training. By the way, members get a discount on the training. The silver level membership, you get discounts on the training, but we also help promote your business through our website. We help you promote it through our email newsletter that goes out each week, and our mastermind meetings. And then the gold level, you can get all of that. Plus, you can have your own podcast. And at the platinum level, you get free training. And if you needed one-on-one assistance, we can do that as well. So, but we do offer classes on a regular basis. All of the classes or the links to the registration of the classes are on the website, every.black under classes. And we just do that on a continuous basis. And we rotate them through around, so if you don't make it one time, you can catch it the next time. Or if there's a class that is requested, if we get a number of requests for a particular session, then we will set that up and hold that as well. So.
That's phenomenal. And so, Jimmy, it sounds like you're an amazing leader. Tell me about your leadership style and what your values are with regards to Every.Black.
Well, I believe that you lead by serving, and I truly believe that. So we try to serve, try to assist and help the members wherever they may be. And so for Every.Black as well, you don't have to be a seasoned entrepreneur. Maybe you're still on that 9-to-5 job and you're just thinking about being an entrepreneur to start your own business. But on the other hand, maybe you've been at it for 10 years or so or whatever, and then you just still need some networking or need a support system. So we try to do that as well. But yeah, we just try to meet people where they are. And as far as the leadership style, we just try to see how we can help folks. I truly believe that, and I've heard this, is that if you are not successful, truly successful, it's because you haven't helped enough people yet. You haven't helped enough of others. And so we just try to assist others through networking, through marketing, through our mastermind meetings and our email blasts. And then I think the thing that really makes us unique is our focus on technology, using technology in your businesses for classes. And you don't have to be a computer geek. We start from the very ground zero, from wherever you may be, to show you how to use technology, how to use AI, how to use how to create your own podcast, how to create your own commercial with video editing, that type of thing for your business.
Okay. And tell me now, how do you approach risk taking in your business?
Risk taking? Well, that's a good question, because sometimes you just have to step out there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But I truly believe that we all have unique skills and talents. And I believe that while we're on this earth, we need to utilize those skills and talents, whatever they may be. We're all different. And I think the first thing to do is we have to discover, each of us has to discover, what are my skills? What makes you unique? And sometimes we may not realize it, because what comes easy to you may be very, very difficult for someone else. So sometimes it comes so easy to you, you don't realize the value in what you're offering. So I think that's the first thing. The other thing is that once you've identified your skill or your talent, your purpose, then learn from others that have done something similar. Because why make mistakes if you can learn from the mistakes of others that have already done it? So identify someone that's doing or has done what you want to do or something similar. Take them to lunch, and just pick their brain. Hang out with them, be mentored by them, to learn. Or if you could get a job, take a job doing that or doing something similar. Learn on someone else's time and dime. And then at some point, though, you have to just go for it. And there's a term says real artistship. That was a term that Steve Jobs of Apple used to say. Basically, at some point, you got to ship it out. Some point, you can't just be working on it forever. At some point, you got to step out there and go for it. Now, I tell you also, it is a learning process. It's a journey. And rarely does it happen overnight. But if you are persistent, it will happen. So you have to go through that journey, the process, the ups and downs, and it will happen if you are wholeheartedly persistent and you truly believe and passionate about it, then it will happen.
That is amazing. That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you for that encouragement. And Jimmy, tell me more about what your any future projects or plans as it relates to AI or any other important aspect of your business right now.
Sure. Well, like I said, the big thing, we want to continue to offer AI classes, but we're also working with some of our members to have an AI challenge for the youth. That's something that we're working on, to create a challenge for the youth, and basically teaching the youth, some youth, how to use AI, and then kind of turn their young minds loose and see what they can come up with, and then recognize, or I guess maybe give some type of award for those with the better ideas. So that's something that we're working on right now. The other thing that I'm excited about, as I mentioned earlier, is our quarterly magazine that's going to be coming out shortly. We're working on that as we speak, as you know. Like I said, that's what you do. So I appreciate that, and just continue the mastermind meetings where we're getting a lineup of great speakers. We've actually booked out some speakers for the next 3 or 4 months already. So because we're actually, people are now beginning to ask us if they can speak on our platform, because they realize the value of it, the reach that we have. So we're actually booked out for about 4 months now in advance on speakers, but we'll continue to do that. We try to bring in the best speakers that we can all learn from, and continue to grow our global presence. Just like Black Business Network, we want to continue to grow our global presence to reach other entrepreneurs, especially of the African diaspora, no matter where they may be in the world. So that's our goal.
That is phenomenal. And finally, Jimmy, one last thing. If you had the opportunity to speak to your younger self, having learned all that you've learned at this point, what are some of the things that you would tell a younger Jimmy Davies?
Oh, boy. Tell a younger Jim, be mindful of, appreciate it, and be mindful of how you spend your money. Sometimes I'll look back on, well, two things. When I first started out providing computer training, the demand was so great that I just thought, oh, you just jump out and have business and it all goes that way. It doesn't. I didn't have to work hard in the beginning to drum up business, because literally the software was coming out and people didn't know how to use it, and they were just throwing money at me to work with them and to use it. So I had a screwed opinion of how it is in business, where typically it doesn't go that way. The other thing is that because people were just literally throwing money at the younger version of me, I wonder, sometimes I look back like, where did all that money go? Right? I should have made some wiser investments, save early. Money will grow, it will compound over time. If you save, you don't have to save a lot, but save some of your finances early on, consistently, and invest consistently over time, and it will grow. So if I had to look back, that's probably one of the bigger things that say, like, all the money that I was able to generate early on, I could have used it better to benefit myself down the road. So.
Yes, I agree with you. I think plenty of us entrepreneurs and small business owners are seeing that is definitely something that we could have and should have done, is, watched how we spent, because now, we're able to see, okay, I could have saved this amount of money, and I could have saved, in other areas too. So yeah, that's definitely a very powerful lesson. And so hopefully any, aspiring and new entrepreneurs are listening to what you're saying, and they're learning a lesson from it, so that they now can begin to take those steps that you talked about, saving and spending carefully and more wisely. So that's, sound advice that even at this point I'm taking, because I've discovered what you're saying is true.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Jimmy, I tell you, it's been a pleasure interviewing you and speaking with you here on this platform. And I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to speak with you here. And I look forward to working with you on the magazine for Every.Black. I'm really excited about that project.
Well, thank you. I just want to also just give people my numbers, 919-265-8045, or you can reach me by email at Jimmy, Jimmy, @every.black, or go to our website, www.every.black, for the links for the classes and the mastermind meetings and to join. But thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Jimmy.
Okay.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayti.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
We all have the opportunity to impact the lives of others, whether it is a simple act of kindness, a smile, a nod, or just saying hello. Hello, I'm Pamela D. Marshall, corporate mindfulness coach and author of The Art of Forgiveness. I enjoy every opportunity to interact with others, whether they're in my home, sitting at my table for a holiday feast, or simply stopping by to say hello. My mother would often tell us, speaking is a sign of intelligence. Open your mouth, part your lips, show a smile, and say hello. Genius is common.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Akwanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good. But the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear. but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
But I was Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and
(308-9090). I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am just honored to introduce our first speaker for this morning, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. And she is a distinguished leader, a humanitarian, and an educator with a global impact in mental health, education, and community service. She is the namesake of the I Change Nation Standard of Excellence Awards, honoring her lifelong dedication to excellence. Dr. Boone Thornton's work inspires hope and possibility, from her leadership in global civility initiatives to shaping the future leaders as a tenured professor and program director. With numerous accolades and a passion for service, Dr. Boone Thornton exemplifies the true essence of transformative leadership. I have the honor of welcoming Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton this morning.
Good morning, Andrea. How are you?
I am doing excellent. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm just so excited to be part of this global community. I'm doing wonderful. It's right early, so you might have to.
Oh, yes. Well, I can feel the fire in your voice, and I'm just excited because, wow, you have an amazing bio. And I just want you to just tell us, who is Michelle and exactly what is your why?
Well, who is Michelle? Okay, the who and the why kind of go together. So who am I? I show up in a lot of areas. And I just basically, that's the key to it. Show up and let God order my footsteps wherever he needs me. He knows the plan better than I do. I'm a university professor. I'm an assistant director of a program that shapes individuals to become human services leaders in their community. So I teach people how to teach people pretty much and work with the most vulnerable populations. Working in that environment gives you a perspective like none other. So that's usually how I show up and address my whole day, because I see people from that whole spectrum. And so working with individuals, students from all over the world, it's a global program to help them engage their communities and help people who may seem broken. And I'd say seem broken because it's just a temporary season of brokenness that sometimes we all go through and don't even realize. That brings the mental health piece. And from that perspective, I'm always trying to help people get back to the original manufacturer specs. Okay, God is the original manufacturer, and he created an authentic person who shows up masked up because they don't want to show their hurts, their vulnerabilities, anything like that. So I try to help people get back to their original person, their authentic selves. And so it just takes me to perspectives all over, not just in the US, but internationally as well.
Amazing. Wow. I am just touched by it because I definitely can resonate with you as someone who also loves to help, and especially with children, seeing their growth and seeing the best in everyone. So there is the Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton Standard of Excellence Award. It was named in your honor. For you, how do you define excellence, and what qualities do you look for, like in the women and the girls that receive this award?
Well, that's an excellent question. And excellence to me doesn't mean that, you have to do more. You just have to be at your best. You show up using everything, all of your potential, and your goal is to help others flourish and thrive. And so we look for individuals who are doing that in their communities. There's one young lady in Africa, young girl, and there's a lot of female issues with females there, and wanting to have them generalized and everything from birth and this, that, and the other. And she stood up and said, I don't want to do this. I want to be different. To me, she exhibited a standard of excellence. She did not want to go along, and it took a lot of courage not to go with culture, right? This is part of culture, to stand up and say, no, I don't want to do that. To me, she exhibited a standard of excellence that just made her stand out in her community, just for being bold and wanting to be her authentic self, not change. Just as the way I show up, this is the way I was born, this is the way I was created. We look for women who do things all over the world. One of the first awards I gave was to the former First Lady of Zambia. And she had done so much work in just helping women and children thrive and get the medical care they wanted, and working with individuals and overcoming HIV. These are the people that stand out to me. They are working at another level, and most of the time they're working under God and not under man. And so that, to me, is the standard of excellence.
Amazing. Wow. I can think of a person or two actually right now in South Africa that is actually doing something similar. So I definitely do have to have you linked with them. So you've been a leader in multiple fields, from education to humanitarian work. What is the common thread that has guided your leadership across these diverse areas? Okay, so just let me go over a little bit more. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome. So what I will do right now is just go over the question that was on my mind. You being a leader in multiple fields, you're an educator, professor, then you're also doing humanitarian work. So those are quite different. So what is the common thread that guides your leadership across these diverse areas?
Basically, one of the common threads is just to create people who can then create their own businesses, to change, the world, to change the atmosphere. And in doing so, we want to help young entrepreneurs. So when I get them at the educational component, they're in the midst of their academic career and their career. And one of the things we want to do is we just want to go in and create these leaders who can lead others versus, working for somebody else. They can be the leaders. They can be the next generation. And that's one of the things that I really look for when I'm even at the standard of excellence. I'm looking for people who are those potential leaders, those potential business owners. And so it's important just to give them that foundation, that inspiration, and empower them just to be the best they could be, unmasked, their authentic selves.
Amazing. As a World Civility Ambassador, you work to promote peace and respect and helping basic humanitarian work. What has been your most memorable moment in doing your humanitarian work?
One of the things, people are like, okay, peace, and it is about peace. But the peace that I really focus on doesn't really have to do with the outward violence. It's the inward peace. It's establishing that peace through emotional wellness. And once that's established, then the person can show up as their true selves. They can be that business leader. They can be that entrepreneur that they're created to be. So that is the peace, helping people establish the peace within, which then will affect the peace all around you in any environment.
Definitely. I always believe that, because you got to always start with you. It starts from within, and then everything else that happens is a reflection of what's within. So everyone have a point in their career, a turning point that would have shaped who they have become. Can you share with us what was that moment for you? What was that moment that changed everything for you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. The moment that changed everything for me was COVID, because, we had to shelter in place. Sometimes you just need some time just to sit along with you and think about some of the things that you've done, some of the ways that you prepared yourself to lead, and maybe some gaps. And so I started to see some gaps. And at that particular time, I thought, we were all like, if we come out of it, everything was so uncertain, but I wanted to create something so that when we got a chance to show up and, be ourselves and live amongst each other and collaborate again, that I had a piece. That's when I created the Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask series. And so I wanted people to be able to work by themselves initially, because we were all isolated. So I started with the workbook, and then I created a journal, because journaling your story is so important. And it was through journaling that I could see these gaps. When you're in the midst of things and it's happening and you're showing up every day, checking in, working, checking off your goals list, short term, long term, you can't really see any gaps. It's difficult for you to step back and evaluate. So through journaling, I've taught people to be able to step back and evaluate on all levels, corporate, business, individual. That's how you do it. And so after that, I created like what we call the full book, the self-help book. And it basically talks about why people do what they do as far as mastering. Some of it's cultural. We will learn, you don't show any weaknesses, be strong, take it, keep going. And so everything has a time and place. And so for individuals like me, the baby boomers, we were born during a time where survival was key. So we kind of had to do that. But this new generation, this younger generation, this next generation of leaders are being born into a time where it's important for them to learn how to survive, not just to survive, but to thrive and be successful. And so that is pretty much what I do when I show up to help other leaders become the best that they can.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all that you do. You spoke a little bit about transforming your reality, removing the mask. And I understand that this has been very transformative for many people. But how do you believe society can better support individuals who are struggling with health issues, the mental health issues?
One thing society can do is to understand that your mental health is just as important as your physical health, and that they're not separate, they're together. So if you're struggling emotionally, that's going to show up in a physical symptom of some type. And so once you create that balance, physical and mental health, then you can become that person. And so once society understands that and takes the stigma, and they're starting to do that off of mental health, then we can understand how important it is. I have a lot of individuals that I work with, and I'll say, what are you doing for your mental health? And, they'll start telling me, well, things that they're doing for self-care. And we have self-care and we have soul care under the realm of mental health. And so a lot of time that soul is being left out. And it's okay, to treat yourself and to get your manicures and your hair done. But psychologically, I remember a show that the comedian used to say it's better to look good than to feel good. No, it's better to feel good than to look good. And so that is some of the things that we work with from that mental health perspective.
That's amazing. Yes, definitely. It's about what's inside again. You have done so much. You've worked with the kids, and you also have been helping people with mental health. But then you also focus on women veterans, and you also help to work with them, the ones who have been homeless particularly. What initiatives have you found most effective in helping these types of communities?
one of the things that when I'm working with women, homeless population, those experiencing homelessness, and veterans who maybe are transitioning or who are dealing with some underlying mental health issues that haven't been addressed, is that the brokenness that they feel, they don't have to continue feeling that, right? There's a way out. There's a way to transition. And sometimes, they haven't figured that out yet because they're dealing with so many other things in their environments, right? If you're homeless, especially if you have children, you're dealing with their care, your care, food insecurities, all kinds of things. So you kind of put yourself last. And so when I come in and I work with them, I really love working with them because I work with different corporate individuals and businesses. And it's difficult for those people to let the mask down so that we can really start doing some work. But these women show up so vulnerable, so ready to work. And that is what helps, just bring about the feeling of always wanting to work with them. Because it's like anything else. If you're going to do the work, I'm going to work 5 times harder. But if I have to work just to get the mask off you to do the work, it becomes more difficult. And so these populations, I just love seeing women getting back to their authentic self and understanding it's okay to be me at any place in society, wherever I am, and that I hold what it takes to rebuild. Right. And so we want to rebuild, not in a mentality that, I have to go work for somebody else. No, you can start your own business. You have everything. Some of these women have so much experience. I've met women who just have worked in all different types of fields. They've done all kinds of things. And at this particular season in their life, might not be going too well. So we want to rebuild that, so that now they're the best people in the world to coach somebody who may be going through something or to mentor someone else. And so that's what we try to do, to transform their reality from one that might be broken to one that's whole.
Amazing. So you actually work, it's one thing to work and do humanitarian work in your area, in your country, but you are doing humanitarian work across the globe. So I can imagine that there are challenges because of whatever barriers, maybe language, maybe cultural, whatever it is. How do you navigate those challenges?
Well, I do. My daughter travels with me a lot. She speaks Swahili. She's very communicative. She could communicate with just about anybody. And if the actual goal is to help people transform and transition and to be better, you find a way to communicate. You absolutely do, because they're open, right? They're open to change. They want change. They're not blocking anything. And so a lot of times when we go into these communities, these people are looking to you to help them change. And so, if we gotta have, most countries, they speak English, or they have someone there that can speak enough English so that you can communicate. I don't speak anything but English, but I can communicate. I know 1 or 2 words here and there. And I had the luxury at the time when I was growing up, I was thinking, of actually growing up on a campus for the deaf and blind student. So I did learn sign language. And so sign language is universal. And so we communicate the best that we can. And a lot of times, if you know 1 or 2 words, people actually try to help you communicate, right? They'll give you the words that you need when they figure out what you're saying. And that is a collaborative moment that's very beautiful too, when you can see that you got your message across and we're speaking 2 different languages. Love is a universal language. So, we go in and there's a lot of love and there's a lot of hope.
Amazing. Wow. I am just here interviewing you and I'm living vicariously through you because this is exactly what my heart is being called to do, but I've never known like exactly what steps I can take to be able to give a greater impact. I do my own things with my little steps, but what would you tell someone who wants to be part of something like this and to be able to make bigger changes than what they're making?
Absolutely. So Andrea, what you're doing the preparation right now. You say, I'm doing my little steps. Well, little steps equal big steps. And it takes little steps to get to big steps. So keep doing what you're doing. And then look at it from a global perspective, especially in this global community that we have here. When you hear speakers who are in different parts of the world, connect with them. Let them know what it is that you can bring to their service or to help enhance what they're doing. A lot of times people are always looking for people to partner with. I work with children. My mental health licensing and stuff is with children. So I'm always looking for people to bring things to help children, because children are the foundation. So if you can start working with them where they are, then by the time they get to adults like us, they're fully capable of being the leaders we need them to be. So just continue to do what you're doing. Reach out to some of these individuals who are working on a global basis, and they're always looking for people to connect. As you know, we had a conversation earlier. Come on and connect. They can connect with me. We can find a way to make this work. I partner with a lot of universities in Nairobi and across the US and globe, and we're always looking for teachers and professors and just individuals with skills that we can take to the villages, right?
Amazing.
I don't really need a professor to go to the village. I need an Andrea to go to the village, right? To work with children, because that's what she does.
Thank you so much. So I want to get a little bit personal now. Most times there's something that's in our personal life that actually drives us to go out and make those quantum leaps. So what personal experience did you have that shaped or drive you to start making such an awesome global impact?
Well, again, I have to go back to COVID, because, we were at a point where is tomorrow the last day? Is okay. So it's like, you can't sit on everything that you've experienced and learned and all your training. I just felt like I've got to do something with this, right? And globally, because, there are some areas of the world that don't have the resources that we have here. And so I want to take these resources to people who don't have them. And so that was the move. If you follow what I've done stuff all along, but things really seemed to take off after the pandemic, because I was like, hey, I've got to do what I was trained to do, and I've got to help others. And I realized during the pandemic how important human connection was. And so once I had the opportunity to reconnect, I want to stay connected and network and continue to grow.
Amazing. Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that. So balancing family and a high impact career is definitely challenging, because some people don't even do half of what you do, and still it's a challenge. How have your personal values and family influenced your professional journey?
Absolutely. Well, my mother and father were givers. They were teachers. They were mentors. And so I saw it modeled. And so when my children were born, they saw it modeled through their grandparents. They saw it modeled through me. I would do a lot of community service and take my children. I wanted them to understand that, this food we eat, it can be taken away. We could be one accident away from a paycheck not coming. And so I wanted them to have that realization. And so with that, knowing that community service and serving others was so important, as well as education, my children have always been part of what I've done. My son is my publisher. My daughter is my editor. She travels with me all. They've always been part of what we've done. So they grew up in that environment of understanding the importance of people and the understanding that they have to give to receive.
Amazing. Wow. Don't make me cry.
Sorry.
Okay, so you spoke about mentorship and how it's an important part in any career. So, what is the most valuable lesson that you've learned from your mentors, and how would you be able to pass that on to the next generation?
I've had some great mentors. I mean, I can't even count all of them, but I have learned so much. I learned that the stuff I was looking for was already in me. You know how you always go, I've got to go to trainings. It was already in me, and that I had to believe in me and the potential that I was bringing, because I was just looking up to other people thinking, oh, they're just so great. And they are, but I have some greatness too. And so my mentors helped me develop that and tap into that. And that's part of the piece about transforming. Because it's not that you're creating something that's not there. You're just transforming your whole view of it because it's there. And now you're bringing it out. And so mentors have helped me do that. They've inspired me. They've empowered me. And I'm like, hey, I wake up in the morning thinking I need to do more. People always go, when do you get a chance to do? And I'm like, wait, am I doing enough? And it's great. It's great to wake up in the morning and just say, okay, what's happening today? Because, you're a click away from good or bad, but it's your perspective that changes everything. And I say to myself, okay, today am I going to be bitter or I'm going to be better? So I choose to be better.
Amazing. You spoke about being able to, you've mentored many future leaders, etc. So what advice would you give to a young woman who is aspiring to follow in your footsteps?
Hey, the first advice I want everybody to know is everything you need is in you. One of the things that society kind of makes us do is, in social media, and we see these people and we want to be like these people, but we have our own gifts. We have our own talents. So utilize and figure out what that is. Then you can rise, right? When you're doing everything that you were created to be, you are ready to go to the next level. Get you a good coach and a mentor, somebody that can help you with time management and prioritizing. Because sometimes, when you're in the midst of working and striving and thriving, you can get your priorities a little strange. So every once in a while, you need somebody to say, hey, take a look at this. You got a little bit of imbalance going here. And just keep it moving and know that whatever you put your mind to, you have the ability, everything you need to make that happen.
Definitely. Thank you for sharing that. So you've been recognized for your leadership in public service, particularly on boards, for example, like the Virginia Alcohol Commission Policy Board. What was the toughest or one of the toughest challenges you faced in these roles, and how were you able to overcome it?
One of the challenges that I faced was initially, and I'll tell anybody this, if you want to be on a board, you have to work. Okay, it's more than a title. And so what I faced, especially on the Virginia Alcohol Commission, was that I didn't really understand everything that they did. Right? I didn't understand the rehabilitative component. When people are drinking and driving, they're going through some emotional things as well. And the alcohol or the drugs become their way to soothe what's going on or to medicate in their ways. And so there's a case management component. There's a rebuilding piece to it. So getting in there and understanding that. And then I had to look at it from the perspective of children, because I always bring children into it. And so how can we go into schools and teach, asked, drugs and prevention and all of that in schools. And so it became a different platform when I looked at it from that perspective, and that it grows me. It really did. It gave me some insight I didn't even have any knowledge of. And so I like to, look at that and look at some of the things we can do as far as not just drug prevention, but, violence and to move forward. So I love being on board, but it's work. It's work. That's one of those things you have to prioritize.
I can definitely second that because I am actually co-chair for one. So it's a lot of work. Okay, so you've worked with leaders across the globe. What do you see as your biggest challenge to global civility and understanding? And how can leaders address this challenge?
Well, when you're working across the globe, each region, each country has specific issues that may be different. And so one of the things I say is understand what's going on wherever you are so that you can tap into that and address those issues. Because sometimes we may say, okay, mental health is an issue, but there may be another issue that we need to look at in a specific region. So just understand that region, learn as much as you can about the people, about the culture, because, you want to help and not hurt the situation. We can't come with a lens from the USA or a lens from Africa, or a lens, and try to just take that lens across. So really understand the areas that you are in, the culture, the people, and then work from there.
Makes a lot of sense. I love that. So we're talking a lot about the underrepresented communities, those that have been forgotten. What role do you believe education plays in solving global humanitarian issues?
Absolutely. One thing that education can do and that I push in my program is a service learning component, okay? Because you can learn it in the book, but until you actually do it. And so if you combine this and do a lot of internships and things of that nature, these leaders that you're creating from the educational standpoint can now apply all of what they learn in real world scenarios. And so that's one of the things as an educator that I push with all of my students. And it doesn't matter what field you're in, business, economics, engineering, push service in the community from that perspective. And then you'll grow your leaders from there.
Yes, servium. So looking ahead, what are your hopes for the future? Not just personally, but also globally for the causes that you support.
Absolutely. Globally, I want us to know that due to, internet and all of that, we're not as far away as we used to be. We're more connected than we actually realize. And so for the future, I want more connectivity. A resource here can be a resource there, so that we understand the needs globally as well as just in our community, and we try to connect those resources.
Thank you so much. So you wear so many hats and you're doing so much. I just want you to share with the audience, if someone wants to work with you or connect with you, can you share with them what is it that they can expect to gain from you, and also how can they get into contact with you?
Absolutely. Connecting with me means volunteering and working in communities across the globe. They can go directly to my website, drmichelleBooneThornton.com, and connect with me there. I show up on LinkedIn as the ambassador, the unmasking guru, and I give a lot of mental health information out because, we need to be empowered and inspired every day. And we need to know that everybody is kind of facing the same thing. We live in this fast-paced world, and so we have to come with our emotional wellness key first. And so on those platforms, you can connect with me. If you go to regentuniversity.com, you just put my name in and I'll pop up. And so if you're looking for continual education, some of the service learning things that we're doing there, absolutely. I'm there to help.
One last question before we close. What is it, what is your closing statement? What would you want the audience to leave with today?
I want them to know that emotional wellness begins with them. The transformation is all about balancing all aspects of your life, the physical with the mental, and anything that you want to be, it's in here. You just need to tap into it.
Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here on the Black Business Network today, this morning, bright and early. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Kelly Jones. I'm your business moderator and presenter for this hour for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So once again, my name is Kelly Jones, and I'm your presenter for this hour. I am a little bit about me. Who am I? So I am a certified life coach, and I am a consultant. I'm from East Orange, New Jersey. I went to UNC Chapel Hill, and I've worked over 33 years in sales, marketing, and education. And one of the key things that I've found with my communications background is how things can be interpreted, misinterpreted through communication, and the importance of effective communication. So today, what I like to do is I'd like to talk to you about my business, Fort Life Coaching, and also, once again, the importance of communication, how it can help you with your mental health, with your physical health, with your going to clinicians, relationships, just a full circle of assistance and clarity and reduction of micro stressors when you're able to communicate effectively and advocate for the things that you need. So Fort Life Coaching helps clients unmask their interpersonal communication skills strengths through greater self-awareness. Our clients and listeners develop life-changing insight into their skills, preferences, and priorities for greater health, professionalism, relationships, personal relationships, and fulfillment. We provide multiple services to help our audience access strength-based self-awareness tools. They are: 1, a podcast and YouTube channel. They are interviews with guests who have used their self-awareness to overcome life-threatening and possibly life-ending diseases. They are powerful stories of intentionality and triumph over misdiagnosis to help listeners find hope and their voice in the midst of seeking the proper medical diagnosis. 2, workshops, public speaking engagements to discuss and support readiness. We highlight understanding context, strengths, resources, and developing a plan to move forward. Coaching services, a strength-based self-awareness approach to discovering your superpowers and how you can constructively achieve your goals. Books. Our books are designed to help readers navigate beyond recycled and sometimes outdated, ineffective solutions that cause them to waver back and forth in their decision making. When you know what you need and can quickly decipher between need and want, you can more intentionally ask for what you need and not repeat or settle. It starts with self-awareness. Readers uncover their authentic interests, strengths, and more to walk more boldly in their purpose, revive their passion, and enjoy more fulfillment with work, love, health, life, and most of all, self. My passion and commitment to engaging, educating, exciting, and empowering audiences with resources for greater self-awareness and advocacy come from my years of working with youth and young adults, coaching, and my personal journey with overcoming a cerebral aneurysm. Yes, a cerebral aneurysm. I was teaching Sunday school, and what happened was one night I was preparing my lesson, and in the midst of preparing my lesson, I started to develop these severe headaches, and everything started to get blurred. And all my using all my strength to try and figure out how I could move forward. So I would take a nap here, take a nap there. Eventually I wound up going to the doctors and explaining my scenario to the doctors. And the doctor said to me, she said, well, you know what? You look strong. You look fine. I don't really think it's an aneurysm or anything like that. I went on to explain to her my maternal aunt, maternal uncle, maternal grandfather died of a cerebral aneurysm, and my paternal uncle died of an aortic aneurysm. Once again, still reluctant to move forward, but due to my adamantcy and due to the fact that I knew what I was talking about and I was self-aware, she finally gave in and gave me the CAT scan. The CAT scan came back, and I did have a bulge, a cerebral aneurysm. And within a 6-week time period, I kept fighting with doctors to give me the right solution, to help me understand what came next. Until one day, my mother looked at me, and remember, she's lost three family members to aneurysm, looked at me, and I could tell in her face that something was wrong. So she offered to give me whatever doctor I could find, the best doctor I could find. I found a doctor in Philadelphia. I sent him my lab results at 12 o'clock on a Tuesday. At 4 o'clock, he told me that he wanted to see me on Wednesday at 7 a.m. I drove to Philadelphia, 6 hours away from my house, and arrived at 7 a.m. And due to my arrival, he performed emergency surgery. The reason why this is so key is that 50% of persons who have an aneurysm rupture die. There's a 50% rate of mortality. So once again, understanding who I am, understanding my strengths, understanding basically what I needed to get done at that time, I was able to effectively communicate it. And I wanted to share that with other people. I wanted to highlight stories of people who could share how they move forward to, once again, help a larger population. Because when you know what you need and can quickly decipher between what you need and you want, you can more intentionally ask for what you need and not repeat or settle. It starts with self-awareness. Forward Life Coaching helps audiences uncover their unique strengths and interests so they can move forward and clearly pursue and communicate their desires and achieve their goals. Our clients master life-changing pathways which support and affirm their professional endeavors, health, and personal relationships. They own their joy and their peace. So number one, the podcast that I mentioned to you beforehand, the podcast and the YouTube channel, a little bit more insight on that. My co-host, Dr. Valentina, and I interview guests who have triumphantly overcome a misdiagnosis, or an overgeneralized diagnosis. During the interviews, all of our guests reveal the 4 essential components needed during their journey to a cure. And it's the same exact, they've all repeated the same exact 4 things. Our guests have worked with multiple doctors to receive multiple diagnoses, which left unchallenged could have led to chronic physical health challenges, chronic mental health challenges, or even institutionalization. Now, keep in mind, I'm communications and I'm having difficulties with these words. I'm so sorry. And fatality. The absence of transferable objective insight and translatable universal communication led to delayed diagnosis, which placed severe stress on family members who were eager to help but felt helpless. Imagine seeing a loved one in pain and repeatedly misdiagnosed, but having to stay positive and upbeat for them. Studies have shown that 30 to 35% of caregivers die before the ill family member they are caring for. If they pass, who will care for the person with the illness? Also, due to caregivers' inability to properly take care of themselves while taking care of others, 1/4 develop anxiety, depression, and chronic stress. Time is ticking. Their urgency and success with finding the right treatment plan benefited our guests and their community. The average patient visits a doctor 4 times a year for 15 minutes, a total of 60 minutes. There's a total of 525,600 minutes in a year. There are many events and their contexts that could be significant in your prescribed treatment plan that your physician is not made aware of during your brief 15-minute doctor appointment. The average doctor is 54 years old. She sees 100 patients a week, and sometimes to get dressed and travel to the doctor. Oh, I'm sorry. If someone takes time, there we go. If someone takes time to get dressed, travel to the doctor's office, wait in the patient's lobby, and then wait for their appointment, and then wait for the doctor to finish reading the notes and then finalize his last appointment, and then come in and talk to the nurse and then finally see you, that person probably perceives their situation as urgent, just as urgent as you're perceiving your situation. So the typical primary doctor is reviewing 100 urgent patient requests a week. It is extremely critical for clients to provide clinicians with the appropriate information to secure the best results. After clinicians prescribe follow-up care, would you believe only 5 to 55% follow up on those appointments? So, I'm sorry, 5 to 55% of those patients actually miss their appointments. That's what I want to say. I'm so sorry. Think about AI. AI is one of the most powerful tools we have today for effective pathways to solution. If AI does not have the data or insight needed to give you the most valuable information, it will use approximations and extend an AI hallucination or ghost citation. We have the insight to 525,600 minutes a year of our lives, more than anyone else. So we are accountable for the information AI is fed and the accuracy of AI's response. Annually, there are 7 million to 12 million medical errors. 40,000 to 80,000 of those medical errors end in fatality. The average payout for medical errors is between 200 to 400,000, with some even in the $40 million range. Trust me, clinicians, they want to help you. They need you to provide them with the information so that they can order the most appropriate test and help you in the most effective manner. So, what are the 4 essential components of successful self-advocacy that my guests have shared with me? When we ask our guests, why did they achieve success? They echoed one another, describing these 4 key components that were needed for them to find the right cure. They highlighted A, self-awareness. Oftentimes, many people were rushed to a solution because of their in-depth knowledge of and self-related skills. They were unwilling to accept the rushed solution. They were unwilling to succumb to status quo and recycled solutions. They were self-aware. They knew their worth, their capabilities, so they expected excellence. B, support of a loved one. They all had loved ones who highlighted and echoed their strengths, plus provided continuous encouragement along the journey. Resilience requires self-awareness. If you believe in yourself, if you are self-aware and have effective communication, you will not give up while others are still rooting for you. Example, Ashley Thomas, the founder of Bridge to Sports, a facility which creates opportunities for youth, adults, veterans with physical disabilities to find the player within through the power of adaptive sports. She was born with spina bifida. spina bifida. Doctors told her parents she will never speak, she will never walk, she will basically be a vegetable. Thomas always tells that story because when she talks with parents, she asks them the question, what are your expectations? What do you want? Because if you don't believe, it's hard to achieve. Because you will guide medical staff, clinicians, people much better when you have higher expectations of the outcome. C. All of our guests mentioned agile, non-aligned clinicians. Clinicians who expect excellence in cures. Finding a clinician who seeks excellence and performance-based outcomes can be a challenge because it goes against traditional fee-based services. That approach is finding a solution for the moment, in the moment, and they are paid for rendering services, writing a prescription, and problem solved to reactionary solutions. It's over, it's done, it's out the way. In 2006, less than 20 years ago, value-based healthcare was introduced. It looks at the comprehensive care of patients to circumvent or disrupt chronic healthcare conditions, disrupt generational conditions. If the average age of today's physician is 54, this means many doctors and their colleagues and their practices were practicing medicine prior to the introduction of value-based healthcare. According to the International Classification of Diseases 10, alphanumeric coding system, which classifies medical injuries, diseases, and symptoms, is used for research and billing. There are over 69,000 diagnostic codes. Your effective self-reporting, belief in a cure, expectation of excellence, and translatable insight can help your clinician zero in on the diagnosis. Number 4, psychoneuroimmunology test results. Psychoneuroimmunology is the combination of psychology, neurology, and immunology. Psychology is the assessment of how a client perceives, interprets, and responds to the world around them. It highlights their cognitive agility in addressing motivation, love, focus, stress, fear, and so much more. Self-awareness and effective self-reporting can help clinicians determine if you are experiencing a temporary adjustment disorder, chronic depression, habituation, or alexithymia. Alexithymia is also referred to emotional blindness. Like if there's a very severe traumatic event, you're just oblivious to it. You don't know how to comprehend the severity and the depth of what's going on around you. So there are actually over 200 mental health diagnoses in the DSM-5. So helping a clinician decipher which psychological diagnosis applies to your situation, or if there is no psychosis that applies to your situation. It's very key that, once again, you understand who you are so that you can clearly explain the context of your situation. Look at this. A mortician may have a completely different response to the death of a loved one than the general public. That doesn't mean he has alexithymia. That just means the context. You have to look at the context and how he has been able to habituate certain situations. Or what about extending an anticipatory grief? Or extended anticipatory grief may lessen the shock when losing a loved one. So extended anticipatory grief means someone who has a long-term chronic disease, someone who has cancer, someone who has diabetes. During that wait for the inevitable, people have had a chance to adjust to the fact that someone may be dying. So that anticipatory grief has enabled them to maybe not give as much of an expressive response to the loss of a loved one. One adult told me how his counselors were concerned about his lack of emotions or to a dear friend's death. They wanted to commit him, yes, a high school student, they wanted to commit him to an institution because his emotions seemed blindless, seemed like he had emotional blindness. There we go. He left North Carolina to avoid institutionalization in high school, then returned from college, and now he is a thriving college graduate. You possess greater insight into the 525,600 minutes of your life each year that many other people will not have the same insight. Your insight and your ability to effectively self-report could change your future. Neurological challenges can cause changes in behavior. These changes have most frequently been diagnosed as bipolar and schizophrenia, and the overlay of sensory challenges diagnosed with autism and ADHD. There are neurological challenges and there are neurological disorders. They are two completely different things. One example of a neurological challenge is an unruptured aneurysm. So luckily, I got to the hospital in my situation before my aneurysm ruptured. And there was still a swoon, and the third one is an omega. When it's an omega, when that balloon has opened up, that means an actual rupture. So one example is a challenge is an unruptured aneurysm. This is when the weakened blood vessel wall expands to pain due to pain. I'm sorry, the weakened vessel wall expands and puts pressure on brain tissues, right? This can be present in highlighted sensory challenges to light, to sound, migraine headaches. 1 in 50 people have an unruptured aneurysm. That's right. 1 out of 50 persons walking around today has an unruptured aneurysm. And as I mentioned beforehand, 50% of ruptured aneurysms are fatal. These two facts highlight the urgency of self-reporting and early detection and a treatment plan. Neurological disorders are when the pressure goes beyond the brain tissues to create intracranial pressure within the skull. The list of neurodegenerative disorders includes stroke, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, ALS, and multiple sclerosis. This difference highlights the importance of objective tests such as an MRI to determine the difference and appropriate course of care. Keep in mind, without objective insight, people have been misdiagnosed with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, ADHD, and autism. Objective insight allows clinicians to pinpoint the core of a challenge and to address it, and also outlier side effects. It is a transition from saying the Delta Airlines office is in Raleigh to saying the Delta Airlines office closest to the North Carolina state capitol is located at 2400 John Brantley Boulevard in Morrisville, North Carolina. Objective Insight provides universal, transferable, and translatable information needed to advance healthcare. Immunological tests can provide objective insight. They can objectively determine how well you are able to fight off infections and why you have recurring illnesses. It looks at the antibodies in your mucosal plasma and your blood plasma. Your insight into the frequency of your illness and the pain can help clinicians understand which tests to order and also the urgency of ordering tests. Early intervention has cured patients of chronic health challenges. Look at Celine Dion's recovery from an IgG deficiency, which is diagnosed as stiff person syndrome. Also, pregnancy and IVF. Unaddressed symptoms can prevent challenges later on in life with pregnancy. Persons with prolonged immunodeficiency are considered high-risk patients, and many physicians will not encourage the risk of pregnancy or extend IVF. Unaddressed immune deficiencies in parents can cause severe comorbid immunodeficiencies. It's also called SCID in their offspring. SCID babies typically do not live beyond their first birthday, some second birthday. The early detection has led to a 90% survival rate. Currently, Caucasian babies have the highest rate of SCID, and Black babies have the highest rate of mortality. Just imagine if we started to test mothers before pregnancy or test mothers during pregnancy so that we could provide the appropriate treatment plan and the appropriate plasma assistance to ensure more babies live. Self-awareness can lead to proper testing, and early detection can lead to better quality of life for all. The infant mortality rate alone highlights the urgency of self-awareness and proper testing. Your immune system seeking a healthy balance. Immune deficiency, hypogammaglobulinemia, or immune abundance, hypergammaglobulinemia, relates to plasma cell production in the blood and the mucosal system tissues. In cases of hypogammaglobulinemia, the body is not producing enough immunoglobulins, so a regimen of steroids, IVIG, a plasma infusion, are often used to help patients maintain a healthy level of immunoglobulins. Also, I forgot antibiotics. In cases of hypergammaglobulinemia, a body is producing more than enough immunoglobulins. So plasmapheresis, a cleaning of the plasma, is often used to help patients maintain a healthy level of immunoglobulins. 3 immunoglobulins I like to highlight where deficiencies are causing also mental health misdiagnoses. Immunoglobulin A, IgA, is found in the mucosal system tissue, the saliva, the tears, the breast milk. Its antibodies protect the lungs, sinus, and gastrointestinal area. Hypogammaglobulinemia with IgA or IgA deficiency could lead to repetitive challenges with diarrhea, bronchitis, pneumonia, oral health, and sinusitis, sinus challenges. There we go. Some antipsychotics have also been noted as a link or a possible cause of IgA deficiency. Immunoglobulin G, IgG, is found in the blood. Cerebral spinal fluid protects the brain and spine. Lymph fluid supports white blood cells throughout the body, and peritoneal lining of the abdominal wall. The blood-brain barrier protects the brain from large foreign bodies, even IgG, entering the brain. But IgG deficiency can allow IgG to enter the brain. This entry has been associated with epilepsy, stiff person syndrome, which is the disease that Celine Dion is recovering from, multiple sclerosis, and more. IVIG and plasma infusion, plasma infusion has been used to cure IgG deficiency. IgM, immunoglobulin M, is the largest antibody. It resides in the blood, mucosal, and lymph plasma and fights against viruses and bacteria. People with selective, and selective simply means reduced, IgM have more challenges fighting off bacterial diseases. It is not directly linked to infection, but it can increase the likelihood of you having one and not being able to get rid of it as quickly. A weakened immune system can affect your health as well as your childbirth. Objective insight can provide a healthier quality of life for generations. Your self-awareness, your input, your self-reporting, your feedback, your insight are essential for yourself and future generations. So that was one explanation of our podcast and the insight that our podcast provides to readers as far as hope and healing and how to move forward with getting the solutions you need and communicating effectively to care providers. We also provide coaching as a certified life coach, domestic violence awareness presenter, and recipient of 2 Teach for Autism certificates. And of course, my Sigma Empath strengths. I assist clients with their journey to self-discovery. Excellence is within you. Also, context is in you. One of my clients, a successful, very, very successful business owner, produces manuals that cost $2,000 a piece. And with these of the manuals and the success with his business, he was looking to start a second business. And he came to me and he was talking about his strong personality in leadership. And what we did was we walked through the process of what works best for him, what feels most comfortable for him, how he would like to adjust, what is the outcome he would like to have, to make sure that he was able to be most effective in his new business, but also feel good about himself, walk in his true, authentic self. You know, my clients are not looking for me to agree with them. Yes, you're right. No, he's wrong, or whatever it may be. They're looking to have me listen and understand the context of their decision making and to take a deeper dive into how to authentically proceed. Their transparency helps them find solutions on their own that circumvent long-term masking and microstressors. My cultural competency enables me to listen to innovative ideas without extending ceilings, limitations, for accomplishment. Consulting. I work with various groups on how to advance the early detection of physical and mental health challenges with biomarkers, monitoring speed, frequency, and intensity of change in immunological and neurological biomarkers that can circumvent chronic ailments and increase public safety. I also assist with advocacy, from Dear Colleague letters to writing 5-minute speeches to be presented on the legislative committee floor, on the U.S. legislative committee floor. Public speaking engagements. As a keynote presenter, I present context and processes which support the vision of a corporation or organization. I provide engaging and applicable content with real-time feedback. I use narrative storytelling to educate audiences on the depth, frequency, and duration of an opportunity. We develop exciting stories of hope and action, and then I empower audiences with the opportunity to customize when they will move forward and how they will move forward. We also outline accountability. Books. I have 3 books. My books are designed to help individuals with self-awareness and self-advocacy. 1, Forward It Is Tangible is a strength-based book, strength-based self-awareness workbook. The microstressors and misinterpretations of life can lead to delays in fulfillment and peace. Readers will understand, prioritize, vocalize, and intentionally pursue what is most important to them. They will develop agility and navigate beyond roadblocks to continue pressing forward until they achieve their desired outcome. John and Susie, 1 woman in 4 is a Susie, answers 2 questions. These are the 2 questions that I heard most of all from audiences while presenting. 1, why do they stay? 2, how do we get them to leave? Number 3, forward solid pathways to achieve your goal. Proprioceptive and perception exercises for persons with cognitive delays. Gonna get that speech thing back together again. Here we go.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hi, I'm not sure where I left off, but I was talking about the 3 books that I have. So the first one is Forward It Is Tangible, and it is a strength-based book designed to help individuals with understanding their strengths, and also understanding how they choose to move, but how do they choose to authentically move forward? My second book is called John and Susie, One Woman and Four is a Susie. It's about domestic violence, and it helps individuals leave an abusive situation safely. So one of the things that may not be familiar to a lot of people is that 55% of the deaths that occur from intimate partner relationships, violence, is basically 55% of those deaths occur after the victim says that they're going to leave. So it could be 5 minutes after they say they're going to leave. It could be 15 years after they say they're going to leave. The question is, how do you develop the proper process and the proper alliances to leave safely and make sure you're not endangering others? Because 20% of the fatalities that occur from intimate partner relationships are the onlookers or the people who are trying to assist, who aren't aware of all the things that are required. They're not aware of the nuances, because in reality, when you're talking about an abusive situation or you're talking about domestic violence, there are years, months of information and incidents that the victim cannot explain in the 5 minutes they need to ask you for assistance or the 5 minutes they have to leave. With domestic violence, one of the key things is that victims are on a clock. They know their abuser inside and out, and they know, I have 5 minutes to get back to the house. If I don't get back to that house in 5 minutes, there will be trouble. The third book is called Forward, Solid Steps to Achieve Your Goal. And that was actually written with my sons. So it works with the proprioceptive and perception skills of individuals with cognitive impairment. So proprioceptive is basically the force that is needed to push or pull something. Give you an example. I work with a gentleman with Parkinson's, and he was telling me that he was with Rock Steady Boxing, and he was using the Rock Steady Boxing to build up his proprioceptive skills. And what he was explaining is, imagine going to a water fountain and being fearful of turning on the water. Imagine getting in your car and being afraid to drive. You're fearful of turning on the water faucet because you don't know if you pull that faucet up, if it's going to come gushing out and it's going to splash all over the place and people are going to be upset with you and irate with you because you just caused a mess. Or if it's going to trickle out drip by drip by drip, and people are upset with you because you're taking too long to get the water that's needed. So it works with proprioceptive skills so that you can understand the amount of force that is needed, kinetic energy that is needed to move something. Also perception, like understanding where something is in proximity to where you are, understanding spatial differences and spatial needs. So it helps individuals with developing more post-high school skills, and more than just pushing a shopping cart, more like painting and unloading a truck and furniture moving and things like that. Just more things where you can use the push and pull standards, OSHA standards, to be more effective and ensure safety as you perform operative skills. So once again, my name is Kelly Jones, Coach KJ Jones. My podcast is the Moving Forward podcast, which can be found on my website, and all my services can be found on my website, which is called forwardlifecoach.com. That's FORWARDLIFECOACH.com. If you need to email me, you'd like to contact me, my email address is the number 2 continueforward@gmail.com. Once again, my name is Kelly Jones. It has been a pleasure presenting to you today. I hope I gave you some life-changing information that you can use for yourself, use for others, provide hope in the community, because we are our brother's keeper in many ways. So I just want to say thank you once again, and just know that genius is common. Take care.
Is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com or you can use the Cash App, BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so we want you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our sponsors for September 2024, NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw,
as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo,
one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor to do history pieces, and a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community, sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I have the honor to introduce our second speaker for this morning, Dominique Simpson Milton, and she is the president and CEO of the Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, where she leads effort to drive economic growth and supplier diversity. With over 35 years of corporate experience, she previously served as vice president of business development at A10 Clinical Solutions, focusing on clinical research for healthcare and pharmaceuticals. Dominique holds a bachelor's in economics from Spelman College and an MBA in marketing from Penn State. Passionate about leadership and community, she actively volunteers and serves as board chair of the Teacher Supply Closet while working towards her doctorate in business administration. It is my pleasure to present to you Dominique Simpson Milton.
Thank you, Andrea, for introducing me. I'm going to have to shorten that bio a little bit, but I appreciate being back. I feel like I haven't been here in a while. So I brought a guest with me that's going to be a lot of fun this morning. And so today we're going to talk about being ready and building relationships. So thank you for having me back.
You're quite welcome. We're happy to have you here.
All righty. Well, I'm going to go ahead and introduce my guest. As you know, we're all here to promote scholarship for youth because education is the number one thing that can change the trajectory of your life. So I hope that all will donate to our scholarship fund to help our students. But in the meantime, what we want to do is we want to introduce you to business owners who are very successful so that you can glean some advice from them to be able to grow your businesses. My guest this morning is Larry Swain, and we're going to talk about being ready and building relationships. So Larry Swain is a fellow HBCU grad. You heard that I graduated from Spelman College. Well, he is a proud Morgan State University graduate, and he is a visionary founder of Wingza Mamba Sauce. It's a brand born in his Food Network award-winning food truck, Wingza. His entrepreneurial spirit, lifelong love of food, and passion for the flavors of DC are where he grew, which is where he grew up, and led him on a mission to establish Mamba sauce as a new category in the food service and retail condiment lexicon, alongside hot sauce, ketchup, and barbecue sauce. Today, Larry has transformed Wingza Mamba sauce into a nationally distributed brand available in over 600 stores, including Food Lion and U.S. Foods chef stores, U.S. Foods chef stores, with distribution through UNFI and U.S. Foods Broadline, and partnerships with K through 12 nutrition programs and national restaurant chains like Mr. Fry's Man. Guided by his company's mission to honor God and inspire chefs, restaurateurs, and food service industry professionals to go beyond the four walls of their kitchens and share their unique earned secret with the world. Larry continues to innovate and expand the brand, inspiring others to pursue excellence and be champions of supplier diversity in the food industry. Larry, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dominique. Thank you for having me.
Yes, absolutely. Our paths have been crossing much lately. So I want to talk to our viewers about the importance of building relationships first, and then we'll go to being ready. But you reached out to me maybe, I don't know, I think it was like a month ago to have a one-on-one. And through that one-on-one, we start to build a relationship, right? And you have my number in your phone, my number's in your phone. And so through that relationship and a conversation, I invited you to attend one of our educational programs. So now, just from one phone call, you have a $5,000 scholarship to attend one of our developmental programs. Talk about relationship buildings and how you build relationships.
Well, you know, a lot of folks say your network is your net worth, right? Your net worth is your net worth. Relationships have gotten me everywhere in business. People buy from who they like, you know, so if you're able to make a personal connection with folks and build relationships, you're able to have people that are willing to advocate for you, say your names in rooms where you're not present. And really root for you as you grow your business because they want to see you be successful. Everyone wants to see their friends be successful. So I always believe in building relationships first and then doing business after.
That's perfect. And the part about people being able to sell you when you're not in the room, people don't understand that, right? But if I understand intimately what you do, and I've tasted your product, I can be an advocate for you. So I'm an extra marketing arm for you when you're not in the room. And recently, just 2 days ago, Larry and I were in the same room with Magic Johnson. And he was ready, right? So he was able to be there, put his sauce in Magic Johnson's hand because Magic Johnson owns Magic Sodexo, $1 billion food distribution company. He was able to put his sauce in his hand, and he stood out in the crowd by asking a very important question. So talk about the importance of asking questions, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a bad question. I learned that back in school. If you want to know something, you should ask. Sometimes as business owners, we find ourselves wanting to appear 100% buttoned up and we know everything about our business, our industry, and what makes it work. But in reality, everyone is learning. Even Magic Johnson is learning every day, right? So the only way you get to the information that you want is by asking questions.
Yeah, that's important. And just a little tip for our viewers, if you are in a room of people and you want to stand out, craft a question and then brand your business before you ask a question. You say, I'm Larry Swain of Mambo Sauce, Mambo Wings of Sauce, and here's my question. So you've instantly introduced yourself to everyone in the room. Then you ask the speaker a particular question. Now he's tuned into you. It's a great way to market yourself and introduce yourself to an entire room. Don't ever lose that opportunity if you have it.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
Yes. Okay, so let's get into the business. How did you even start this business? Was it a family recipe or did you just create it?
Yeah, so I actually grew up, as you mentioned, in the Washington, D.C. area in the 80s, right? And when I grew up, every chicken shack, seafood joint, soul food restaurant, Asian carryout, if they had fried chicken or seafood, they had their own version of Mambo sauce on the menu. So to me, it was like second nature. I grew up eating Mambo sauce just like some kids grow up eating ketchup, right? So, and it wasn't until I went to college just up the road in Baltimore that I realized that Mambo sauce was only a DC thing, right? So DC and surrounding area, I grew up in Prince George's County, Maryland. But I realized that Mambo sauce is a DC thing, so they don't have it up here in Baltimore. And that kind of was the first time that I realized that, you know, things regionally can be important elsewhere. Fast forward a bit, I moved to Charlotte after graduating from college, and I started a food truck. You know, so my degree is in marketing. My background is in marketing and communication. So my first corporate jobs were in marketing. But I decided to start a food truck once I realized that the corporate life wasn't for me and I was more creative and wanted to really step out as an entrepreneur. So when I started the food truck, it was called Wingza. So Wingzza. We had wings, pizza, wraps, shrimp. It was just a full flavor experience, and we had a full flavor menu with all the stuff that everyone's probably familiar with, like buffalo, lemon pepper, garlic parmesan, barbecue. And I just wanted a taste of my hometown on the menu, so I put my Mambo sauce recipe on the menu. The recipe was really formed from eating it growing up. I knew what I liked about all the favorite places I would get it from, and I kind of brought them together to make the perfect recipe. And when I put that on the menu in Charlotte, North Carolina, it took off, right? It took on a life of its own. So people from that regionally understood the sauce were chasing us around. And then the light bulb went off that, folks in the Carolinas had never heard about it. Right. So I started bottling it just to sell from our truck because people loved it so much. They would pay extra for it. They would ask for it. So I said, I'm going to start bottling this and selling it. And I started selling it by the bottle from our food truck. And then we ended up on Food Network's Food Court Wars, which was a competition show that we won. So we started selling it online. And not long after that, we got approached by a concessions company that wanted to use it in one of their restaurants. And that's when another light bulb went off. So it's been very organic. And, I'm a big believer in flowing with the current. What do people love about you and what you're doing? And then leaning into that instead of trying to make my vision work. And my vision was to be a food truck owner, right? A restaurant owner. But my sauce was the boss. And that was what everyone wanted. So I leaned into that.
That's excellent. What a great story. So let's talk about it, because I was educated when we first talked. Mambo sauce is a food category like ketchup, barbecue sauce, hot sauce, right? But folks outside of DC were not aware of that. So now you're talking about creating that category outside of DC, which is a huge movement, right? So because when I first heard about your brand, I thought Mambo was the product name, but no, that is the category like ketchup. And then Wingza, folks, Wingza. So if you're looking for Larry sauce, you're looking for Wingza Mambo sauce.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So just like you can have Frank's or Texas Pete or Louisiana Crystal's hot sauce, you can have different brands. That's what Mambo sauce really is, right? We are not the only ones selling Mambo sauce, but we're the #1 food service provider. And we are one of the fastest growing brands here in the United States, right? So my vision is to really kick down the doors of this category, educate folks on what it is and what it tastes like, so that maybe 20 more Mambo sauces come behind us and really push it home, and we can be a category leader. But Mambo sauce,
Heinz did it.
Yeah, I want to be the Heinz of Mambo sauce, right?
Yes,
and if you can do that, that doesn't mean other folks can't sell ketchup, but you're the gold standard for that category. So let me tell you a little bit about the category, right? So everyone knows what hot sauce, barbecue sauce, and ketchup tastes like. I tell people that it's none of those, but it's a little bit of everything you love from each in one bottle. So it's a sweet, sticky red sauce. It's tangy. It has a little kick to it, but it goes great on anything fried. So there's some things that you can put ketchup on that you wouldn't put hot sauce on, or some things that you would put barbecue sauce on that you wouldn't put ketchup on. Mambo sauce goes on everything.
I love that.
Yeah, anything you can imagine. So chicken, seafood, appetizers, French fries. We see a lot of international stuff like egg rolls, pot stickers, beef patties, empanadas. We have restaurants that use it on empanadas, but it's an amazing dipping and finishing sauce that we hope to be as common one day as, once upon a time, we didn't know what salsa was. We didn't know what ranch dressing was, right? Now you got thousands of brands in each category. And there's which one you like and you find it. So we want every restaurant and every grocery store, if they're not carrying Mambo sauce, they're really not in the food business.
So I love the way that you're taking it. And thank you for explaining how you use Mambo sauce, right? But I love the direction that you're taking it with food service, right? Because a lot of people are creating products, but you are actually creating it for chefs, for restaurateurs to be able to utilize in their restaurants. And you told me you were doing small packaging. So like when you go to a chicken restaurant, you can ask for a dipping cup of your Wingza sauce, right? So that is a great direction to take this in. Explain to us how you made the move from the kitchen, from making this yourself, because now that you're in food service, you have to have a co-packer. Talk to us about that.
Right. So I started making it in our commercial kitchen with our food truck and our restaurant, just making enough for my operation. Once you start selling it, so I understand the food service business because I used to be a customer in that business. I knew, how much. So like as a personal customer, if you buy a bottle of hot sauce, it may sit in your house for a couple of months, if you use it here and there. And then the next time you go to the store, you may buy a different one, right? You may try a different hot sauce that time. Whereas in restaurants, we value consistency. And I know when I had a wing business, I was buying 3-4 cases a month of gallons of hot sauce. So consistency and volume are the things that you get out of the food service business. And I understand how those customers make decisions based on price, flavor, how it interacts with other stuff in the menu. So that was the first reason that I went toward food service, because I knew it worked in my business. I sold over 1 million wings with mambo sauce on them. And I knew that no other wing joint in town had mambo sauce. And they all had buffalo. They all had lemon pepper. They all had barbecue. So how can I, and the wing business is a copycat business. So how can I get them to add mambo sauce to their menus? Once you get that to happen, right? I get my first restaurant that wants mambo sauce, then I have to start making double by hand, right? If I get 10 restaurants, I'm making 10 times the mambo sauce by hand, right? So it goes from, me sweating over my personal batch of mambo sauce for my restaurant or my business to now having to make enough to sustain 10 businesses. It just wasn't sustainable. So that's when I sought help from a co-packer. And for those that don't know what a co-packer is, it's a company that can reproduce your product at scale. So if you get an opportunity to go into 1,000 grocery stores, you just place an order. I think a lot of times as Black entrepreneurs and small businesses, we think, okay, I make a great cake and I can make 10 great cakes for my church picnic. But if Food Lion wants your cakes and you got to make 10,000, are we going to try to figure that out in our home oven, our mom's oven, our grandma's oven, our cousin's oven? Or do we want to go to a place that's really going to help us be able to make those 10,000 cakes and turn it into a business?
Because that's called scalability. That is a key problem that business owners miss, is being able to scale, go up and down. So you might have to make 10,000 one month and go back down to 1,000 the next month, and you don't want to have to lay off anybody. So kudos to you for finding that co-packer. Tell us how you found the co-packer and what you had to do to ensure that co-packer wouldn't steal your recipe and now go out and say, I got wings and sauce.
Sure. So you have to do your research, right? If you live in a state or a province or a country, you just want to search specifically, for me, it would be North Carolina co-packers. Dominique, if you're in Virginia, I believe it would be Virginia co-packers, right? And you find out who's doing business in that area, and they have reviews on Google, just like your favorite pizza restaurant, right? So you can see what people have to say about them as a co-packer. And then I really encourage people to engage with the co-packer, right? So when you give them a call and you say, hey, my name's Larry, I have this great sauce, and I'm interested in bottling it at your facility. Sometimes they can say, okay, that's great. We have a minimum order of $2 million. So I know I can't afford that. I know they're not ready for my business right now. But if you find one that works with small businesses and has low minimums, that's an easy way to get in with them, and then you can grow. Also, there's a non-disclosure agreement that they sign with you, right? That they won't share your recipe or anything about your recipe with anyone else. And they really keep it secret because that's their business, right? Their business is the secrecy of your product. So lots of co-packers are working with hundreds of products. And if it gets out that, hey, Larry from Wings of Mambo Sauce had a really bad experience with this co-packer and they shared his recipe, their business goes away. So they are invested in the privacy of your recipe, just like you are. And I know that's hard to give up, because when we're making it and we have our own secret ingredients in it, we always, we do not want to share that with anybody. But if you want to fly, you have to be willing to pack your own parachute and jump out of the plane.
I love that analogy. So did you get the co-packer before you got your first contract or after?
Before. So I got the co-packer to do our bottling once we were on Food Network. So we have retail size bottles and food service packaging. We were doing our own small bottles when we were selling them from the food truck. But once we stood up our website after being on the Food Network and we anticipated more business, we got the co-packer to do the small bottling. And then when we expanded from food truck to restaurant, we got them to start doing our own restaurant supply along with some others. So it was very organic, but the key is finding co-packers that have low minimums and a history of working with small businesses. And some of them are too big.
Now, does your co-packer store your product for you?
Yes. So we warehouse our product with our co-packer, right? So not all co-packers have that kind of space.
Yes.
But for us, it's warehoused and we pay a certain amount per pallet that we keep in their warehouse. It made a lot more sense than getting our own building, getting our own warehouse. So my goal is always to keep overhead low while we scale. And eventually, once we're at a pretty good scale, then we can invest in our own office, our own warehouse, and things like that. But right now, it's all about sales and low overhead.
Right. So that's key, folks. Low overhead, right? So find a packer that can hold on to your product, and then you could do what's called just-in-time delivery. So when you have an order, it goes out to the store that is looking for your product. Now, how did you get your first contract?
Let's see. My first contract was with US Foods Chef Store, believe it or not. And a lot of groundwork went into that, building the brand, right? So here in Charlotte, our food truck was extremely popular. A lot of people knew about our Mambo sauce, so we were selling it, to them on the street. People had it in their refrigerators. It was pretty popular. And then we transitioned into restaurants, just us making it and delivering it ourselves. I was personally delivering to every restaurant. So when I had one other restaurant, they had my phone number. They could call me and say, "Hey, Larry, I'm out of Mambo sauce." And I would say, "Okay, I'll be over there tomorrow to drop off your case." But I got to about 10 restaurants. And restaurant owners, they're running out on Saturday night, Sunday morning, Tuesday afternoon. So I'm getting calls all the time. And it became a bit difficult to make those deliveries on my own. And I kind of hit that ceiling where I said, I need some help with this. And the light bulb went off, as a former restaurant owner, I used to go shop at the US Foods Chef Store, right? So I said, I'm going to walk in there and talk to the manager and see what I need to do to think about getting my product on the shelf. I walked in on my lunch break and I just said, "Hey, I have a sauce. It's really great. These 10 restaurants are buying it from me and I can't keep up with the deliveries. But if you could help me get it onto the shelf here at the US Food Chef Store, I'll send them all to you. I will stop doing deliveries and I'll send every customer to the chef store to buy this sauce." And it was a brother. So he kind of heard where I was coming from. And he said, "Well, I ain't going to sugarcoat it, man. If the sauce ain't no good, it ain't nothing I can do for you.
Right.
But give me a couple samples and I'll taste it. And if it is good, I'll see if I can help you out." So I gave him a gallon and 2 bottles. I won't forget that. I gave him his name was Tommy.
You were ready. You were ready at that moment.
Yes, I was ready. So I had my product ready to go. I said, "You got it." Went out to the car, gave him a gallon and 2 bottles. I didn't hear anything from him for about 3 weeks. I said, "Dang, he must have not liked my sauce." So I followed up and I said, "Hey, man, I never heard from you about the sauce." He said, "Larry, when you gave me the sample," he said, "I'm sorry I didn't get back to you. I was a little busy these last couple of weeks, but when you gave me the sample, that weekend just so happened to be my family reunion. And I took that gallon out to my family reunion." And he said people went crazy over that sauce. They were eating it on hamburgers, hot dogs, chicken, ribs, everything you can think of. And I didn't even have any to bring home. He said, "I'm going to help you out and I'm going to send the email to corporate." I saw it in action. People loved it. So I'm going to send the email to corporate. He sent the email. Obviously, he said, "Hey, there's a local product we want on our shelves." They had to vet me. So again, being ready, I had insurance. I was set up as an LLC already. I had product. I already had a co-packer, so they knew I could handle the volume. And then they wanted to taste it. So they did all the vetting, like, is this a legit business? I was ready. So being ready is really important, like you mentioned. I was ready to go, and then they loved it. So then I went through the setup process, and they ordered a very small 2 cases. And I was like, "Look, I'm already delivering about 10 cases a week. Y'all gonna need more than that." But they said, "We need to see it sell." So it sold out immediately at 2 cases. Then they went to 4. Then they went to 8. Then they went to 12. And before they expanded us into a second chef store, we were selling about 48 cases a month just out of the Charlotte US Food Chef Store.
Wow. Can I get it in the Charleston US Food Store?
Yes. So in Charleston, you can get it. The US Food Chef Store has Wings of Mambo sauce. Actually, everyone on the East Coast now has it in Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina.
That is outstanding. So there's something that you said that I want our viewers to really hone in on, right? So we talked about being ready, always bringing your A game. So every time I see Larry, he has his sauce with him. He's handing out samples. And so he gave me a sample the first time I met him, brought it home, and the rest is history, right? But he also talked about following up. And fortune is in the follow-up, folks, right? So he dropped off that sauce. If he had waited, if he had got in his feelings and said, I wonder why he hasn't called me back, what's going on, and not called him back, you would not have gained that business, right? So you took the initiative, you asked for what you wanted, and then you followed up. Again, folks, fortune is in the follow-up. I can't tell you how many people, if I go to a conference, how many people talk to me and they don't follow up. So it's when you follow up that makes a difference. The first conversation Larry and I had, I said, Larry, I want you to go to this class. He followed up, did the paperwork, signed up for it. Now he's going to be in the class next week. Okay. So if you don't follow up, folks, you might as well have not even started, right? So your fortune is in the follow-up.
Absolutely. And I want to emphasize another point too. So you heard the story about how I got into the chef store. That was in 2019. Okay. It wasn't until 2023 that they put us in the other 11 chef stores on the East Coast. But what did I do over those 4 years? I wanted to be excellent as a vendor. You know, when they placed an order, I wanted to have fast delivery. When we delivered, we sent a fast invoice. You know, I dropped by the store every chance I got to talk to the staff, to see how the product was doing. Is there anything that we can do to be a better vendor? I learned about merchandising. You know, I just wanted to be, for every interaction that store group had with me, I wanted them to have a good impression of who my business was. And it required patience, you know, because once I got it in that first one, I was like, you know, I'm ready to get into all of them now. But it didn't happen overnight. I mean, it was years of just being patient and waiting for that opportunity. And sometimes patience is hard as a small business owner because you got a lot riding on it. You know, is it your full source of income? If it's not, you're working full time. If you try to make it your full source, you feel like you need to grow fast to be able to take care of yourself, your family, or whatever your responsibilities are, your bills. So we can be impatient. I practiced supreme patience there, and it paid off with that one group. But that has turned into so much business for us, just being in the U.S. food chef store, because that's typically a business and if you're a sauce business or something like that, that's like a last stop. Like you've gone through retail, you've gone through all these things to get to food service shelves is a really big deal. I mean, Texas Pete didn't get there until they were in business maybe 30 years, right?
Yeah, I love that. I love the fact that you went in that way.
Yep. Yep.
Let's talk about, so I don't want to leave on just patience, because folks, you can't have patience and sit on your hands and get frustrated, you know, while you're waiting, right? You said something that's important. While you were waiting, you perfected, right? And I tell young people all the time, when you're stuck in a place that you don't want to be, you need to be working on the skills that you don't have so that you're ready for that next step, that next season of your life, right? So don't just sit by and say, well, I'm patiently waiting. Yeah, be patiently waiting with practice, right? Doing something that's going to build you up. So when you go to the next season, the next step, the next customer, you're even more prepared.
Absolutely. Because when we met, Dominique, you know, I was prepared, right? I had that sauce. The label looked nice. The packaging was nice. The sauce tasted good. You know, when I was invited to the Magic Johnson event, you know, I had tablecloths ready. I had pop-up banners. I had display stuff set up and ready to go. Again, you just want to be ready for your opportunity. You know, if you liken it to an athlete, pretend like you're the backup quarterback or the third string quarterback on a team. You might be behind Patrick Mahomes and there may not be a chance for you to get into the game, but you never know when they're going to call your number. So, you know, and then you only get one opportunity to make that first impression.
That's right. Absolutely. So now you talked about the product being available in U.S. food stores. Everybody doesn't shop in a U.S. food store. Can they buy it online? Can they buy it in other retail stores?
Yeah. So our product is available on wingza.com, WINGZZA.com. That's our e-commerce platform. So you can buy it in our retail size bottles or food service size gallons. We ship all throughout the United States with that. And then if you are in the state of North Carolina, you can walk into any Food Lion store on the local goodness rack and buy it from there. So that's over 500 stores in North Carolina. But our goal now is to expand up and down the East Coast in retail, while also bolstering our food service. But yeah, wingza.com is the place you can get it no matter where you are.
Okay, so you ship all over the world. Wingza.com, folks, and it also is available for commercial use. Now, do you have other flavors?
Right now, it's just one flavor.
Okay.
We are focused on tunnel vision, so we have one product, one flavor. There is some advantages to that, right? We plan on introducing more flavors a little bit down the road, but right now we want to establish excellence as a vendor. We want to establish relationships with buyers and a reputation for having good products. So then when we do introduce a second product, everyone is eager to have it because they know whatever it is that Larry and the Wings of Mambo Sauce team is introducing, it will be of good quality.
So I love the question that you asked Magic. You said, hey, if you have just one product, one excellent product, what advice would you give? And he was like, you only got one product, man. But he said, you know, you answered it because he said, as long as it's excellent, if it's excellent, you work it and then you build it from there. So I love the fact that you have a narrow niche. You came in the back door through food service, right? You got one product, and Heinz only had one product. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
for 50 years, Coca-Cola, you know, all of them, they have one product.
Right. So it's how you market that product that makes a difference. And you're talking about changing the whole adding a whole category, right, to the rest of the world. So march on the way you're marching on. And then when it becomes this complete trend, then you get the spicier version of the mama sauce, or however you want to spin it. But I love the direction that you're taking. Kudos to you for that. So it hasn't been all roses. Talk to our viewers about the pitfalls. What have you experienced that you're like, gosh, I wish I knew that earlier?
Yeah. So I would say if you can find a mentor or find someone who has experience in an industry, you should seek that like nothing else that you are seeking, right? I think CVMSDC is a great organization to get involved with because there's resources there for you, right? Sometimes we feel alone as small business owners, and you know, every decision that you make is just based on what you know at the time. So I would first say always seek a mentor, always seek resources that maybe have been down that road before, can help you grow. Otherwise, you may make bad decisions, right? So a lot of my learning as an entrepreneur did come through my food business. So my food truck and my restaurant were the things that broke my heart. That was my first love, right? So it was like when you have I left my corporate job to start a food truck. I was saying, peace out to corporate. I'm going to start a food truck and I'm going to live happily ever after. And we were really popular. Like we were really popular, super popular, but our margins were being killed by food costs, by labor, by, just having to be competitive in the market against brands that are national brands. I was selling chicken wings, right? So I wasn't just competing. I was competing with Domino's Pizza, Pizza Hut, everybody who had chicken, Popeyes, and all of them. And they have the scale to be able to offer better prices than a small business that needs to sustain itself. So, there were lessons that I learned about margins, about overhead, right? We talked about keeping overhead low, keeping staff low and team low, and maximizing profitability. We learned a lot about that through the food business. But when we had a popular food truck, we won a Food Network show and we expanded into a restaurant that we won. That restaurant was over an hour away from our house and an hour away from where our fans really were for our business. It spread us too thin. We didn't really understand the mall restaurant business. That's where our restaurant was, and what comes along with that. So it really crashed and burned in a way that just made me question myself as an entrepreneur, question my decision-making, question just even the idea that I wanted to get into entrepreneurship versus working a job, right? I tell people sometimes, when you're becoming an entrepreneur, you have to realize, that biweekly direct deposit is not going to come into your account, right? Is that monthly direct deposit is not coming anymore. So you have to understand what's right for you. But yeah, the food business crashed and burned. But when it did, we had clients that were already buying the mambo sauce, and I was, I had to sell the food truck. I closed the restaurant, and I didn't even want to do the sauce anymore, to be honest with you. I was like, why am I still making this sauce and delivering to this little bit of clients? But I'm a believer, God told me to just keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. You don't know what's going to happen around this corner, but just keep going. Do not stop. And I listened to that voice inside of me, and I kept it going, even though I didn't want to. Yeah. So you never know what, taking the first step into entrepreneurship is like saying, I'm going to get into the music business, right? I like this analogy. Like, let's think about like LL Cool J or Ice Cube. They just wanted to be rappers. Right. So they stepped into entertainment. Will Smith, you step into entertainment, I'm a rapper, and this is what I do. But, God will make way for your talent and will lead you in the direction that you need to go into in order to be the ultimate success and really shine your light for what your purpose is. And I just think, you step into any industry, you have to be nimble, flexible, and listen to your customers. All my customers wanted to talk about was that mambo sauce. That's all they wanted to talk about. And I just decided to listen.
I'm so glad you listened. And so would you say you're more profitable now than when you had the business?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, that's good. That's good to hear, because what I tell people, this is to me, the ideal business is one without bricks and mortar, right? Where you don't have to get up and grind to make the dime, right? And so I need to coin that. You don't have to get up and grind to make the dime, right? Because when you are making money while you're sleeping, that's when you really are reaching a higher level, right? So you've got the brick and mortar is gone, the food truck is gone, the restaurant's gone. Now you have your sauce on shelves in the stores, and so you can drop ship from your co-packer directly to the people that need it. You can be sleeping, you can be on vacation, and your business is running, right? So it's not just depending on you for your intellectual capital, your marketing savvy, to drive this business. And that's what, if as you're starting out, if you could do it that way, where you don't have to get up and get to that building and open it up and cook the food, you can be golden with a product like yours. So kudos to you for that. So I heard you say you joined CVMSDC. I want to talk to our viewers a little bit more so they can understand advocacy groups. We are solely here to help businesses like yours grow. And so many people don't know about us, right? So they try and do it on their own. The same thing happens with capital. They try and use auntie's money, their money, all their money on their own before they go out and get capital from the bank, right? So it's better to use other people's money, build that into your marketing plan. It's better to use the resources that we can bring. We can bring the Food Lions to the table. We can bring the Compass Food Buys to the table so that you are in the room with these individuals and you're not having to knock on every single door. So there's beauty in the advocacy that's available for, especially our minority businesses, our women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses. There's support out there for you, and don't let it go by the wayside. Because Larry's getting ready to go to class next week, and it would cost him $5,000 on his own, and he doesn't even know what's about to happen after that class and after he engages.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I have been certified for months, right? Maybe 4 or 5 months. And I can't believe I didn't do it sooner, right? Because once you get certified and you get with an organization that, again, understands what it is that you're looking to do and has the resources to connect you, it's an accelerator, right? It's like having a cheat code, right? Because we're all, really talented and creative, and, we were called to entrepreneurship because of our special gifts. This is like, the opportunity to get on network television with your special gift, right? So it puts you in front of the right people. And it's amazing. So yeah, I can't say enough about the experience that I've had since joining the organization and the level of support that you have.
So not only did you join, and I want our viewers to understand this, it's like anything. So you can join, it's like joining a gym. And you have this gym membership and you don't go, nothing happens, right? So Larry went through the process of getting certified. He joined the organization, but he has shown up continuously. He got on my calendar. I can't tell you how many people have been in our organization who have not gotten on my calendar, had that one-to-one conversation, right? So now I can sell him when he's not in the room. He showed up at our major event. He showed up with product, right? And now he's going to one of our developmental programs. He showed up at the Magic Johnson event this week, ready. beautiful display. Made sure that Magic's team had a gallon of his sauce and several small bottles to take back on that private jet with them, right? So now I know he's going to follow up because he understands the fortune in the follow-up, right? So he has the whole package here, folks. One thing we didn't talk about is that co-packer. I just want to make this point for you on your co-packer. I always suggest to people that you have multiple co-packers. You got one on the East Coast and one on the West Coast and maybe one Central America, because if something happens, right? If there's a shutdown on the East Coast, you got that backup on the West Coast. So that is one thing. I don't know if you're already there, but that's one thing to be thinking about, so that as you grow and plus your customers want to make sure that the product is getting to them faster. That's part of ESG, environmental social governance, which we're going to talk about at MBE Summit. You want to make sure that you can say to your customers, oh, we're shipping from the West Coast, and so it's not that far from you. We're being mindful of ESG. So showing up, being ready, building relationships, having an A product, working on your business versus in your business. Tell us what the difference is to you, Larry.
Yeah. So when I was in the food business, food truck, restaurant, I was putting a lot of hours in on my feet, working in the business, and it wasn't high quality unless I was there. When I got to that point of working on my sauce business and really dedicating care to the production of it, how it looked, the packaging, and the marketing decisions, then I get to work on the fun stuff. Well, I'm going to tell you a quick story. So there's a product, I won't say the brand, right? But there is a product that I would see in the grocery stores a lot, and it was a local product, right? It was a product based in North Carolina, really popular, and I would always see that, and someone connected me with that person, like, hey, you got a great sauce, maybe you should talk to this person. And they gave me the number, but then they gave me the story about the person, like, hey, you may or may not be able to reach them because they live in Paris, right? They're like, so their product is very popular, and they were like, hey, they live in Paris, and they just manage the logistics of their business from Paris. And when I heard that, my imagination went so wild when I thought about the possibilities of my sauce business. If I could get it to a place where I'm receiving purchase orders, managing shipping logistics, and sending invoices, you can do that from anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world.
And that's why it's important to figure out how to work on the business and not in the business. Because, back in the day, my food truck, if they didn't see Larry, they didn't even think the food was going to be good that day. It was like, I'm here for Larry. Where's Larry at? So I felt like I had to be in there 12 hours a day, 14 hours a day. And I think I learned those lessons that I intentionally built this business. I built this business around the idea of working on it and away from it. And how do brands do that?
Well, you got people chiming in saying it's great on ribs, chicken, shrimp, and surprisingly cheesesteaks, right? So people are chiming in online. They've tried your sauce, and Andre is coming back. It has been a pleasure to have you, Larry, on the show. For our viewers, if you have a product, get with CVMSDC. We even have a retail readiness program. It's called Recipe for Retail that we can put you through. It is available. We have another MBE who has gone from the kitchen to national distribution with their product, and they have the whole program laid out for you, how you get your label, how you get your co-packer, how you market the product. So we are here to help you. Larry is a prime example of how his business is growing. He was already ready when he came to CVMSDC, but now we're about to take him into a whole nother stratosphere. So I'm so excited to have had you today, Larry. Thank you for showing up and being ready. Andre, it has been a pleasure to be back on the show. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for having me. Thank you, Dominique. Thank you, Andre.
You're welcome.
Thank you all for being here. Oh my goodness, all this talk about wings. I have to get me some wings before the day is out, and definitely I'll be ordering some of that sauce. Thank you both for being here on the Black Business Network.
Thank you.
Geniuses Talk.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Artist to me is a creative. Artist to me is
absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement. I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, the life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Williams.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes. As my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families, it's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough, and my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics,
Unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Andrea Adams, and I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. At this time, I just have the joy of just introducing myself to you. I will be your keynote speaker for this hour, and I'll share a little bit about me before we go into a very interesting topic, which is crafting and promoting for profit your path to online courses. As a life coach, many of us do seek some clarity in terms of promoting those ideas that we have, those courses that we have. At times, we do not know where to start. So I'm here this morning to just guide you along that path, sharing along the way some of my own experiences and giving you some tips on how you can get your idea from your head to the computer. Now, just a little bit about me. As I said, I'm a life coach. I am a certified ICF accredited communication and relationship coach. And some of the things that I love is skydiving and scuba diving. And I am also a big fan of reading. Oh my goodness. I am the founder of Keg Book Club. I do have a podcast called Babble With Me. And on that podcast, I do interview people. We try to get to the basis, the core of life, creating that balance, mind, body, spirit. I was also fortunate enough to be able to be trained by Les Brown in the program he had called A Power Voice. And I was able to be trained by John Tallarico to be able to self-express myself. And what I do mainly is just help youths be able to empower themselves using public speaking and also communication to assess their inner self-talk. Now, enough about me. Let's get on to the main topic, which is, are you eager to launch your course? Maybe whichever course it is that you have in mind, maybe you don't know where to start. Are you uncertain about maybe the necessary steps you can take? Well, if you are, and if you want to get some more information about courses, online courses, well, you are at the right place right now. Today, we will discover some of the benefits of having these online courses. We will understand what is an e-platform for those of you who are not so familiar with it. I will share with you some of the costs and how to choose the right one depending on your needs, and also step-by-step guidance on how to create your perfect course, because at times we do have the idea in our head, but we don't know how to create that course. And of course, in these modern times, we need to be updated with AI. So I'm just going to give you some tips on how you can use AI to help with your course development, and also some effective strategies for marketing and selling those courses. Okay, so let's keep going. So some of the advantages that you have of creating an online course is that there is a big market for it. Believe it or not, it's a huge market for online courses, especially now where a lot of people are going through a lot of stuff, especially personal development courses. People are always out there looking to see how is it that they can make themselves better. It's a way for you to have increased income, for you to leverage your time better. Instead of doing one-on-one coaching, you can literally leverage your time by coaching groups or having a course. You can create leads from your course for other business. Even if you do have products, you can use your course as a way to create, to leads for your products, or also to get more future business in terms of if someone wants to go on a higher level of education based on what you're serving. It also sets your position in the market, and it helps to better impact the world. And the good thing that you can do once you have these courses, a lot of times you have videos or you have material that's already been written out. You can actually repurpose those contents for your social media platform. So I spoke a little bit about the huge online market. Yes, it is said that the global e-learning market was valued at $197 billion in 2020. And it's expected by 2030 to grow to $840 billion. Can you imagine that? Why wouldn't you want to be part of that? Also, another thing you can do with the course, you're able to increase your income. Group coaching has become popular, especially for your time. Imagine being able to do more with that same time. Since the pandemic, the demand for remote learning has actually gone up, and it has increased the potential for you to earn additional income. So if you have that grand idea, it's the right time for you to put it out there. So if you actually have an online course, you could still maintain your 9 to 5 and imagine having money coming in from an online course on the side without having to quit your job. It actually overall helps you to level your time or leverage your time better, because you move from working not only one-on-one with clients, but you get to work with many people. Imagine someone could be in Australia or China, and they can actually access your course at their convenience. This means that you get to serve more people in your target market, not just where you are physically. You're able to meet people where they are. So you get to leverage your time. You get the opportunity to produce more income while you are not actually working. You can be sleeping and people could be purchasing your course. In terms of creating more leads, if you're putting together an e-course, it's a great way to help your students to be able to purchase higher priced products or service. Because if you have the course, you can put it in your course. You can hint it in your course. Hey, I have this that's available that will aid you in achieving something else. And the good part about it is if they have already purchased your course and they've already built rapport with you, likely they will buy from you, because people tend to buy from people they're more familiar with. So it's easier for them to consider purchasing. In terms of positioning in the market, You also have another layer to your offers and products that will be one of the most important things that you can do for your business. It will help you to push your products into the higher price brackets, which is where the money comes in. For example, one of the things that I usually encourage people to do is if you have a course, you can put it on a bigger market like Udemy as a course creator. But if you do that, you can just put like maybe more like the skeleton of the course. And that way, then you can encourage people to move from there to purchase a more in-depth course. Because if they see you and they see your credibility, they see what is it that you have to offer and how it helps them, then they research you, and then you're able to encourage them to buy your more higher price courses. You're able also to impact the world. Just imagine that. Most of us, when we go into coaching, we do so because we want to help others. We have something to offer the world. Instead of just doing one-on-one where you have that top, you can't go any further. When you're doing an online course, you're able to meet more people, impact more people. So if you write a course, many more people will be able to access it, not just people you're doing one-on-one with. And it's amazing because at one point when people were not so savvy with the internet, they were just stuck with the brick and mortar instead of being able to go online and meet people where they are. No, it's even extended. You have these courses, they can go at their own convenience. You don't have to cap yourself. That's the word I was looking for. You don't have to cap yourself to their time. They can log into the course at their time and at their convenience. Now, one of the things that people tend to struggle about is finding content, because with social media demands, a lot of times you're always being asked to produce this amount of videos, produce that amount of content in order to keep people engaged. So imagine if you already have that course, what happens is that you have that content there. You may have your video, you may do excerpts of it and place it on social media in reels, etc. If you have your course outline, you can do excerpts and you can create tips for people, but it's easier to get that content because you already have it. So now you have a course ID and you understand that there are advantages. We just named numerous advantages of creating these courses. How do you transfer it from thought now to online? Some of us, we're tech savvy, but then there's some of us who have no idea, and we're actually starting from the beginning. So an e-learning platform, or what we call online platform, is basically a place that provides a digital setting where students can learn. And this means that the knowledge gained through the access and absorption of the educational content can take place live if you decide you want to do it live, if you're like how you're listening live right now, or some of you can do it on the replay. So that's the advantage of having the e-learning platform. Now, when you're creating a course, you will want to determine now which platform. So I did a little research, and this here is based on an article by Badhura Mani. This was dated in February 2023 on sellcoursesonline.com. You can check it out. But it highlighted 19 of the best online course platforms. I've tried and I've tested quite a few myself, and I do have my own favorites, but they tested them and they recommended Thinkific as the highest standalone platform. But this was followed by Kajabi and Teachable. I'm sure that you've come across a lot of other platforms over your time in terms of researching or probably even participating in online courses yourself. I'm just going to give you a list of the top 10, but you can research the others. Thinkific being the number 1, Kajabi number 2, 3, Teachable, 4, Newzenler, 5, Learn Worlds, 6, Podia, 7, Mighty Networks, 8, LearnDash, 9, Udemy, and 10, Talent LMS. Now, what I would advise you, or what I would recommend, is that whenever you're thinking about these, you got to look at your budget. What is it that you can afford? Because all of these platforms, they come with different pricing tiers. Some of them are free, but you can imagine if it's a free platform, it will be very limited. So you got to look at two things. Number one, your budget, what you can afford. And number two, what is it that you're trying to accomplish? Because each tier will have different advantages, and you would have to select your tier based on what is it that you want to offer. So for example, Thinkific, they start from free to $500 per month. Kajabi is not free. It starts at $150 to $400 a month. And Teachable there's a free tier, and the highest tier is $300 a month. That's just to name a few. Now, when selecting the platforms, ensure that you are familiar with the benefits that it have to offer. Because there are some platforms that might allow you to be able to do Zoom through their platform for free, while another one you might have to pay at least $100 or $200 in order to do so. So you have to decide, are you going to be doing live classes? Are you going to be having your students come in at any point for Zoom? Or do you want a community? Do you want it to be a case where you have an entire community of students where they can create their own profiles? But there's so many different things that you have to think about, and in order to determine which platform you will place your course on. For me, I have a school of students, young students. What I did, I created a platform where they can actually create their own profiles and communicate with each other and make their own groups. But you may not need that, because if it's just a course that does not require necessarily a community where they have to work together or come to a class at a specific time or anything like that, you may not need that. So you have to think about all of those things when you're deciding which platform you're going to choose. So again, choosing your platform depends on not only what you need, but also what is your economic resources. So you may have to learn how to balance and choose. And it also depends on your own teaching style. Some coaches do not need to have a hybrid. They do not need to meet with their students. Some courses just allows you to go through it. You can self-teach at any time, where some other courses may require that you meet in person. So just give it a lot of thought. What is it that you need when choosing the platform? Okay, so in order to determine which platform is best for you, remember, there are some things that you should think about. Think about your IT expertise and think about your budget. Because the other thing that we need to look at, you may decide you want to use a particular platform, but you may not have any type of IT experience. And if that's the case, now you have to think, do you have a budget to pay someone to ensure that your course is uploaded, to maintain everything? Or do you need to take the time and learn a platform and take into consideration learning curves and etc.? So ensure that you have a budget or financial resource, depending on how much you're willing to pay. And if you need additional help, think about it, that you may have to think about considering that financial aspect of it. So you have a course ID and you understand the advantages of creating this course, and you've studied your platform options, and you've decided which platform is best for you, which platform best suits your need. So where do you start now? How do you upload your course? What happens next? Okay, so the first thing you need to do now as it relates to the actual course, because I promise you guys, I'm going to give you some tips on that, is to first of all, find out what is the name of your course. What is the title? You should test the idea to ensure that it's something that people would be interested in. And whatever topic is it that you're going to be placing this course on, make sure that you do research on it. extensive research. Make sure that you have a course outline. So take it from your mind to paper. And make sure that you plan each lesson with a goal so that people can understand what is it that they're doing. Then ensure that it's tangible. I will go into a little bit more on each of these. And then once you've done all of that, then you can upload and sell your course. So talking about the course title, why is it important to zone it on this a little bit? You got to know your audience. Because if you have a product and the people are not familiar, they don't know that this product exists, then you're not going to have business. So you have to, first of all, know your audience. Know who is it that you're targeting so that you can target the right people so that they can purchase your courses. Make sure that your course title is also clear. There's some courses you don't understand exactly what is it the person is trying to sell because it's not clear. So I have a little jargon. I say clear over clever. You may want to sound very intelligent, but it's better if it's a clear topic. Now, the other thing I always tell people, it takes 7 seconds for someone to form an opinion on you. And it's the same thing with the course title. As soon as they see the course title, it has to be attention grabbing. It has to be something that fulfills a need. So ensure that the course title is something that is very catchy. Then, most of all, biggest step in the title is focusing on the outcome because people want to know what problem you're solving. Okay, so ensure that you know your audience. Make sure you choose clear over clever, use attention grabbing words, and focus on the outcome. Then next, you need to, of course, test the idea because we have a lot of great ideas. Many of us do, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's that time for that, it's that season, etc. So it's important that you go out there, you do surveys, you ask friends, maybe you form a Facebook group and see who might be interested in learning a specific thing. Ask them what they think about the subject that you have in mind. Do online polls, wherever it is, whatever it is that you got to do, but get out there. Use email marketing to get a response from people. If you can go to schools or businesses or wherever it is, you can utilize the resources, but test the idea first to ensure that it's something that people want. And then there's a website called answerthepublic.com. You can actually use that to gather information on what people really want. That actually helps you to learn about the things that people are most interested in. Then you also have to make sure you do extensive research on the topic. You may be an expert in it, but even with that, still do additional research because you don't want to find yourself at any point sharing information that is not correct. Because remember, we have our reputation to uphold. So ensure that extensive knowledge of the topic is given. As part of your thorough learning process, go beyond whatever it is that the course attendees will find easy to search online. So don't give basic information. Try to ensure that whatever it is that you are sharing is something that goes deeper than basic search results. Go the extra mile. Create variety. Use your experiences to make sure that your course is unique, one that people will never forget, and it will accomplish the goal that you want it to. Also, perform keyword searches in order to see what type of queries people are looking up for on that specific topic. Okay, if you go online, you check it, you see that there are certain topics, that specific topic, whatever it is, see what kind of questions people are asking about it. And of course, know what your audience might be interested in. So now the next step would be to write your course outline. So you've done all of that, you've done your research, you've got the course name. Make sure that you do an outline. Make sure that you create a complete curriculum. Make sure that it's written down and make sure that you have all the different lessons outlined. And not just the lessons outlined, but with each lesson, break it down to main topics that you want to cover. And also, very important, make sure that it's in a logical order. And make sure that your ideas go naturally from one to the other. Make sure it's a smooth process. Ensure that whenever you do that course outline, it covers all areas that are important that needs to be covered, and it fulfills whatever problem that needs to be solved within it. Now, each lesson, you need to plan it with a goal. For each lesson, decide what is the takeaway point. What is it that you're trying to achieve? Then ensure that your course is tangible, because no one is going to buy a course if they don't believe at the end of the day they're going to solve a problem with it, or they're going to obtain a skill, or they're going to get something that is tangible. It has to be something that is measurable. So you're putting that course out there, you're excited about it, but you got to make sure that when that person buys that course, that they feel as if they've gained from it. I myself, I've bought a course or two where I feel as if, okay, I didn't need this. I probably could have Googled this. So ensure that you don't have your students leaving feeling as if they haven't gained anything. You can also use AI to help with your course program. You can actually use AI programs to help with your videos. And there's also a lot of bot generated, that's AI generated videos and stuff that you can use. There are different tools in terms, I'm not an AI expert, but I'm learning. And as I said, I'm just sharing along the way. But there are different programs and there are different tools that you can use to really and truly help your course to become engaging. We have the different AI generated, like ChatGPT. You can use that. You can use it for so many different topics, etc. And ensure that whenever you're using AI, ensure that you check yourself, make sure that it's not somebody else's work, but just you can double check it. But you can also use the AI to help you to be able to gain advantage and to make it easier, etc. But once you've done all of that, here's the important part. You've done your work, you've created your course outline, course name, you've already found your platform that you're going to be launching that course in. Then you can just upload and sell your course. And one of the things that a lot of coaches are afraid of, I tell them, is you don't have to wait until the course is finished. I mean, not for all courses. Some courses you can actually do what they call drip learning, meaning that as you learn, as the learner goes by, then you can add the course information in. So content is not readily available for the learner. Everything is not available from week one. For example, week one, that they can have content available, then week two, then they can have content available. So that way, that's what you call drip learning. That way your stuff is released in parts and you're able to tweak and actually cause your course to be able to be, what word I should be, formed according to the learner's needs. And remember, these tips will work differently depending on the course. Now, one of the ways to market your courses is to join Facebook groups with similar topics. That way you learn a lot. And of course, you have to respect the group's rules, but you can go in there, you can learn a lot, or you can gain friends who will be able to help you along the line within that specific area, that specific topic you're trying to teach. You can also accept speaking opportunities. That way you're able to tell people about your courses that you have available. And then there are click funnels. You can use click funnels. Some of these it's easy to navigate on your own. Some of them you might need some help, but if you do have the resources, use click funnels to get your courses out there. And then you can also build your email subscription list. That way you're able to email the persons on the list and tell them about your courses that you have available and create more opportunity for your courses to sell. You can even create your own Facebook group. And that way, you know, people who are coming in, they're in that group because they're interested in that specific topic. And of course, one of my favorites, create your own webinars. Come on, people are doing it. Don't be afraid. Get out there, create your own webinars and invite people. Of course, people who are interested in the topics will come to those webinars, and then you're able to tell them about what is it that you have to offer. But number 7, the most important part is reaching out to people. Even I am guilty of that. You have to network daily. Don't be afraid. Reach out to people. And even if they're not interested, ask them, hey, is there someone that you believe can benefit from this? And you will be surprised, very, very surprised at the results. So when you create your own Facebook group, it allows you to get your direct line for your business, your own clique, your own community. Facebook groups also help you to form meaningful relationships with your customer because it creates some form of exclusivity. Whether it's a public group or a private group, just being in a group, it tends to feel a sense of belonging. In conclusion, what I want to share with you that these lists of ways to create, market, and sell your online course is not an exhaustive list. Just continue to hone into different areas that would have information that can help you. Be creative, be consistent, think outside the box, and be authentically you. Also, if you'd like to be coached or learn more about this topic, you can always reach out to me. I'm Andrea Adams. I can be reached at Linktree. My Linktree is /Adornami, ADORNAMI. I hope that you were able to get some valuable information on how to create your course. And if you do have any questions, please do reach out to me. I'm going to take a minute just to thank the sponsors. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App, BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our sponsors for September 2024. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you. That's right, that look like me.
to take their business to the next level, not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself. And, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 888-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Andrea Adams, your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am honored to introduce to you our next speaker for this morning's session. He's none other than Jai Kishan Sharma. Jai Kishan Sharma is a remarkable mindset and social media coach whose journey is a testament to the power of resilience and self-belief. After a life-altering accident in 2015 left him confined to a wheelchair, Jai Kishan defied all odds by taking his first steps again in 2019, despite a grim prognosis. With over a decade of experience in sales and marketing, his personal journey of overcoming adversity led him to his true calling. That's helping others to unlock their limitless potential. As the CEO of Dream Chair Club, Jai Kishan leads a movement that combines transformative mindset coaching with actionable social media strategies. His mission is to empower individuals to conquer limiting beliefs, build sustainable income streams, and create impactful online communities. Let's welcome Jai Kishan Sharma. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Andrea. How are you?
I am doing amazing. Welcome to the Black Business Network this morning.
It's always my pleasure to be here and supporting the community, and that's how we all grow, isn't it? So I never say no whenever I get the opportunity to be here in the Black business community, and whenever I get a message from Eric or any one of you, I'm always up, like a good boy in the classroom.
Thank you for saying yes. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm Jai Kishan, as you already know by now. I am here to share a journey that incredibly personal and close to my heart. A journey from being confined to a wheelchair to building my own dream chair. Not just a symbol of success, but a life of fulfillment, freedom, and abundance. It wasn't always easy, but if there's one thing I hope you take away from today, it's that no matter what life throws at you, no matter how dark it gets, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, there is always a light. You just have to be willing to see it. You just need to believe in yourself that one day you will get to that end of the tunnel where all the abundance you've been waiting for is waiting for you. And I will take you back to my journey in 2015, where it all started from, the year that changed everything in my life. The one moment, we know and we have experienced what has happened in last decade. We have seen the corona, the COVID-19. We've been seeing the wars going on in between the countries. That one moment can change everything in anyone's life. And that exactly what happened with me. I was living a regular life, doing my 9 to 5 corporate job, looking forward to a beautiful family. We were expecting our first child at that moment, at that year in 2015. But just 2 months after, we've been blessed with a baby girl. And just 7 months after we moved into our first property, our own house, I made into an accident while going to work. And that accident changed everything. I was paralyzed below my waist, below my tummy. I couldn't move. I couldn't feel anything. And the doctors gave me 5% chance of walking again. Yes, only 5% chance. I remember starting at the ceiling, feeling numb. My body was broken, and so was my spirit. The moment was like the World Trade Center 9/11. When we all saw on the TV the World Trade Center falling down in pieces after the terrorist attack, I saw my life falling down in pieces after that. Words coming out of the doctor's mouth that I might not walk again, or I only have a 5% chance. But inside, I was battling an emotion. The reason why is because we as a man always been told that we are the protector and we are the provider for the family. And that put me into a depression, and it led me to a very, very dark phase of my life. Not only that, I attempted to take my own life 3 times in 2016 because I couldn't bear the financial burden. I couldn't bear that emotional burden I was going through. I couldn't see my wife and my little one going through, which I never imagined. And that's how hopeless I was. Every time I tried to leave this world, something pulled me back, And we all have got that power within us. It's just a matter of realizing our own spirit, And I was meant to break through those moments. Yes, I was meant to break through those moments. And I feel like I was meant to go through all those days and years I was going through, all the problems. And everything changed in November 2016, just a few weeks after my last suicide attempt. I was sitting there in my darkest moment when I saw my little girl playing on the floor with her toys. And I looked at her and she looked at me right into my eyes. And that moment was like a magical moment which still gives me a goosebumps whenever I visualize and go through that moment, particularly because when she looked into my eyes, I had 2 choices in front of me, literally standing and yelling at me that either I should accept the things as they are, or I should do something about it and move on and give it my 100% or 500% to walk back again, instead of I was given only 5%. And that single moment cracked open a door. There was a door open, and I thought I have been living a life of someone else. I want to take a control. And in that moment, I realized that I have a choice. I could either give up or I could fight. And if my little girl believes in me, because that moment came from her, then I need to believe in myself. And the road to recovery wasn't just physical. In fact, the physical healing was the easy part compared to the mental and emotional journey. And we all know that every third person on this planet is going through some kind of a mental obstacle and emotional obstacle in their life, even though they are 100% fit physically. I began working on myself both inside and out. I embraced mindfulness, meditation, and rewired my mind with neuroplasticity techniques. I started reading books. I started watching videos. I started attending online free webinars, seminars, wherever I had an opportunity to learn something which can give me 1% chance of improving my life. I was grabbing that. I was going for it. And I started rebuilding my life piece by piece, thought by thought, belief by belief. I realized that mindset is the foundation of everything. Let me ask you a question. If you are trying to build a business, if you are trying to do something, we all know that there will be an obstacle waiting for you when you start something new, whether it's a relationship, whether it's business, or whether it's studies. You will going to face a roadblocks. But if you have a strong mindset, if your beliefs are strong, those roadblocks will not stop you in achieving success or better results. People often try to fix the strategies, make plans, but they don't realize that all the strategies and plans will fail one day. But if you are strong enough over here, you will build another strategy. You will take another route, which will help you to get there where you really want to be. And if you can master your mind, you can master your life. And that's when my mission became clear. I had to help others today to do the same. And when I started walking back in 2019, in front of the same doctor, I took my first step, who told me that I only have a 5% chance. And that moment was literally came from a God. God wanted me to sit on that wheelchair. God wanted me to go through everything what I have gone through so I can achieve the success what I am living today. And with that new found energy and clarity, I decided to create something bigger than myself. And that's how the Dream Chair Club was born. I wanted to help people find fulfillment in their lives, emotionally, mentally, and financially. Because I know how people feel when they are broke emotionally, financially, and mentally. I know how the relationships are built when they are not fulfilled, because they are then constantly in the mode of expectations. I started a coaching business. It was not easy. And when I look back, I remember 2019 when I started in November, I finally started coaching. For almost 1 year, I was just reaching out to people, those who were needing help. I was looking for people whom I can help, share my strategies, doing it for free, just to see that does it really work for others. It's not necessary that something which has worked for you might work for others as well. So I wanted to check the limiting beliefs which I have eliminated in my life. Can I do the same for someone else? Can I help someone to eliminate those limiting beliefs they are going through, which is stopping them in their life? And I literally got amazing results and response from the people who I helped for almost 1 year. From launching my first course to offering a one-on-one coaching, everything I did was centered around empowering others to break through their limiting beliefs, and just like I did. And in the span of few years, the reason I'm laughing is because I still do not believe that how I did it, how I scaled my business to make my first million in 2023. Yes. But the real wealth wasn't the money. It was the freedom it gave me to travel the world, speak on the stages, to live my life by design, not by default, and spend more time with my daughter. Yes. And that's exactly what we want, isn't it? We want to spend time with our loved ones. Do we really want to grind all our life making money and struggling with the ends meet? No. See, look around you. What is the lifespan? People are dying at the age of 30, 40, 50. It's not like 20 years ago, people were living 70, 80, 90, even 100. We are losing young lives around us. And that's why I really want to make people understand that if you act fast, if you start taking action earlier, you can really have that freedom which you really want. And one of my proudest moment wasn't the money, as I said. It was taking my mom on her first business class. And you won't believe that few times I just take my mom. If I'm traveling to Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, I was in Singapore and Malaysia for almost 3 weeks, and my mom was with me. My mom was with me. She was traveling with me. And then she was like, I want to see my family back home in India. So I was like, let's go to India. And right now, when I'm talking to you, I'm here in India. So see, that's what you want, When I see my mom sitting in that business class, having a sip of orange juice, that makes me so proud. Doesn't matter I have made $1 million in my business. But this kind of moments makes me do more. I want to see the same for every one of us. And it was a symbol of what possible when you refuse to give. When you take your challenge, face them head on, and decide to turn them into your greatest victories. That's why when the Forbes magazine approached me, I asked them to put my story from wheelchair to dream chair with the exact name, because I wanted to give that sense of feeling that how far I have come. I wanted to let people know that doesn't matter where you are, doesn't matter where you want to be. If you can really, really get a clarity over here, you can achieve greatness. As much as my journey is a personal one. It's no longer just about me. Yes, I am on a mission to help others break free from the chains of their own limiting beliefs and step into their highest potential. Whether it's overcoming financial barriers, mental roadblocks, or emotional wounds, my mission is to empower people to live the life by design, not by default. Let's start living the life by design. Let's start dictating our own life through my coaches, through my coaching, through my courses, and the Dream Chair Club. I'm dedicated to helping others rewrite their story, just like I have done. Yes, I want every one of us to achieve the success which is waiting on the other side. And we all can do it. And I stand here as a proof that no matter how tough the life gets, you can overcome anything. Yes, we all have the strength to break through adversity. But you need to look the adversity with curiosity. When you start looking the adversity with curiosity, you will find the opportunity. That rhymes, isn't it? When you start looking the adversity with curiosity, you will find the opportunity. Often we just give up. We don't look for option. But I started looking for option on that day when I had a moment with my daughter in 2016 November. I might have also given up if I didn't have that moment. That's why we all want someone to push us, whether it's coach, mentor, family members, your wife, your husband, your friends. We need someone to make us realize that you are capable. You have everything what it requires to go from point A to point B. And if I can go from attempting suicide to building $1 million coaching business, you can achieve whatever it is that's on your heart. You just need to take that first step, no matter how small, and never stop believing in yourself. Never. If you will not believe in yourself, why would anyone else will believe in you? Why would anyone else? My journey on the wheelchair have taught me one thing, that if you will not question your limiting beliefs, you will not question anything. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for listening to my story. My hope is that you leave from here inspired, knowing that you too can create the life of your dreams. And I know you can. Everyone who's listening to this, who's watching this, you have everything what you need to get what you want. Start embracing the uncertainty. Uncertainty, it's where the growth happens.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I am here and I am just amazed at your story. And sometimes I go into the why me syndromes, and I'm sure like a lot of people do, and you yourself have experienced that. So, can you just share with us exactly what was that moment, that pivotal moment in your life? What was it like when you decided, hey, no more why me? I am going to push forward and make this happen.
Yeah, just that moment in November 2016 when I was sitting on that wheelchair and I saw my daughter, and that moment happened, that moment was like a Bollywood movie, where the heroine and the hero, the actor and the actress meet and they fall in love. and they watched into their own eyes, and there is a song in the background, and that was the moment where I had the click. I was like, no, I have to do this for her. I need to give it a shot. Sometimes, it's not sometimes, most of the times we just give up. And I didn't give up. That was the moment where I didn't give up. I was like, I need to try something. And from there, I started the journey of mindfulness, where I started learning new stuff, whether it's physical, emotional. I came across a lot of coaches, like, for example, Tony Robbins. I came across a lot of other entrepreneurs I started learning from, and that's what I love about the Black business, coming together and sharing your insights with each other, which can inspire and give you something which makes you to take action in your life.
Wow. I am going to seek your permission. I want to go a little bit personal, if that's fine with you. So that moment that you were given that diagnosis and you realized that you could not walk, can you share what were your thoughts like around that time in your life?
Yeah. So when they took me to the hospital and when I woke up, when I had my senses, I couldn't move, and I saw my wife holding a 2-month-old baby girl standing next to me, and doctors were talking to each other, and the doctor came to me just close to my ears and told me that, sorry, but we need to take you to operation theater. We need to operate your spine because you have a very severe injury. Because of that, you have lost the movement and the sensation below your tummy. And I started looking my wife, and she was just crying. She couldn't say anything. And I was like, what the hell? And you won't believe, just the day when I made into an accident, just day before that, I lost my job. I was fired from there. I was made redundant from my workplace. So when I got into an accident, I was on my way for another job interview at my friend's office. So because when I got fired, I called my friend day before. I was like, hey, this is what happened. I need to get a job because I have a house, I have a mortgage, and I have a new baby girl, which I need to take care of. So I was on my way. So when doctors told me that I only have a 5% chance, even though we're going to operate your spine, there is no chance that you might walk again. And see, as I said, that because I come from the Asian culture, from India, and in Asia, in our culture, as a man, we protect, we are the protector and we are the provider. If you come to India, the era which I come from, 90s, when I was in my school, in 80s when I was born, a lot of women's were only homemakers. They never used to work. But now you see it's shifting. The women's are getting entrepreneurs. They are getting into jobs. But when I was growing up, I was always being told that when you do your good studies, get a job, so you take care of your family and your kids and your mom and dad. And when I was told that I will never walk again, that financial, stigma was hitting me, that how I'm going to support my family, how I'm going to provide food on the table. And because of that, and you see, everyone will agree with me that whether you are facing any kind of an obstacle in your life, the biggest obstacle in today's world is the financial obstacle. And because of that financial obstacle, a lot of people are getting mentally sick, they are committing suicides, or they are taking a wrong path in their life, and that's why I started not only coaching people with mindset, but also with social media, because we all know the power of social media today, and you can do something about it where you can make some extra cash so you can have a financial stability.
Yes. Wow. So I'm going to go there again, a little personal. Just as effective as that accident was, not being able to walk, I am sure that it had maybe even a greater effect with you the moment you took your first steps in 2019.
Yes.
Can you share with us how that affected you, not just physically, but emotionally and mentally?
Yes. I have hardly shared this, but I will share this today. Okay. I woke up one day. It was late 2018. I think it was November, and I woke up and I called my wife. Can you help me to get on the wheelchair? She was helping me, and as soon as I sat on the wheelchair, I felt that my toe is moving. Okay. And I called my wife again. I was like, hey, can you come here? I think my toe is moving. And I had a socks. I asked her to remove my socks so I can see if it's moving or not, because I couldn't feel the sensation, but I knew something is moving, So my right toe was moving, and I literally shouted. I was like, my wife's name is Rashmi, and I was like, I shouted her name, and I was like, hey, it's moving, and we started laughing, and few minutes later, she started crying, and I started crying, and you won't believe, Andrea, we both, I will say, we cried for almost 2 hours.
Wow.
And for that 2 hours, there was no single word. No single word, Because those 3.5 years, we were holding on to our emotions to make sure that no one's get weak.
Mhm. Wow, that even made me want to cry. So, wow.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
and that 2 hours, we were just crying and taking out all that, emotion out of our body, and holding each other hands. And I was like, see, we did it, we did it. And after that moment in November 2018 to February 2019, when I took my first 3 steps in front of the doctor, was mind blowing, because even the doctor was surprised that the injury, which what we saw in 2015 to now, it's a very impressive comeback, because because doctor was like, we see a lot of patients like you every day, but the resilience, the commitment, and the motivation you had, Jackie Chan, was impressive. And yes, so that moment, I cannot express in words, because the burden and the trauma I was going through, I had a darkness everywhere around me. But when I saw when I felt getting back on my feet, I was like, no, I'm getting somewhere now, and I will go far from here.
Wow. So we're going to wrap up soon, but I just have one more question before you do that. Just looking ahead, what are your future goals for both Dream Chair Club and also your coaching? And how do you plan to continue making an impact in people's lives?
Yeah. So far I was focusing on one-on-one coaching, Andrea. Now what I'm doing is I'm building a community where people can come and join, because I know there are people, those who need help, and they do not have a good financial backup, but they really want to take actions. And I do not want them to not take action because of money. So I'm building a community where they can come and join with, like peanuts. They don't have to pay thousands of dollars, and they can access all the information, because I want to reach out to as many as people around the globe, those who are going through such kind of difficulties and adversity in their life, and I want to bring them together so they can build a wonderful place and a wonderful world around us.
Okay, so can you share with us how we can get in contact with you? How can the audience reach you?
Of course, they can find me with my name, Jackishan Sharma, on Instagram. That's where I'm mostly active. They can find me with my name on YouTube as well. And also they can type dreamchairclub.com where they can access my website. And if they want to book a call with me, free discovery call, they can do that as well.
Amazing. Just continue to do the amazing work that you're doing. And thank you so much for being here on the Black Business Network.
My pleasure, and always been a pleasure with you guys. Thanks for having me, and you have a lovely day, and thanks for listening to me.
Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Great, thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App, BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike